Tonight's agenda includes a ceremonial oath of office for our newly elected members of the Douglas County School District Board of Education and the board's organizational meeting. Under Colorado law, new elected board directors may take their oath of office at any time after election results are certified. All newly elected directors have taken their legal oaths and are therefore seated at the dais this evening. And tonight's oath will be ceremonial. Until the board elects its new president later on in the agenda, I will be presiding over this meeting as the next available incumbent officer. All right, I'm calling to order the special meeting of the Douglas County School District on, it's 5:31 on December 2nd, 2025. We'll begin with roll call. Director Clark. Director Densler. Director Geiger.
Present.
Director Parker. Here. Director Ryan.
Here.
And Director Thompson is here. All accounted for.
Here.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, so next on our agenda is public comment. As the presiding officer, I want to note a procedural concern about engaging in public comment before the board has accepted the agenda. Public comment is an agenda item. It's not a pre-agenda activity, and placing it here conflicts with our normal governance structure. Board policy BEDD, Rules of Order, states that this board is governed by the Roberts Rules of Order newly revised. And under Robert's Rules, the procedure for agenda adoption is clear. When an agenda is adopted, it is normally done at the outset of the meeting, and that the onset of the meeting, and the agenda is intended to guide the business for the entire session. Additionally, CASB provides a model agenda format in their policy BEDBE, which places agenda approval immediately after roll call, before any agenda items. Finally, this board has historically followed the standard order of business. We accept the agenda first, and then we proceed to the agenda items such as public comment. So for these reasons, I believe we should follow the standard policy-aligned order of business and move public comment to its appropriate place following the adoption of the agenda. And I will entertain a motion.
So move. Director Geiger.
Second.
Moved by Geiger, second by Meek. All right, and I will open it up to discussion. Director Meek?
So I'm happy to go first. I did go back and look at all of our agendas for the past couple of decades. Actually, it goes back to February of 2009, which was interesting. You can go back that far. And it's never been placed on the agenda before the acceptance of agenda, and I do feel like it would make sense for it to be moved to after the acceptance of the agenda.
Any other discussions?
The reason that this is done, that public comment is done after the acceptance of agenda, is so that the public knows what we're going to be discussing and therefore can provide comment on that, which is why we've always done it this way, and which is why I support doing public comment after the agenda is approved so people know what we're discussing.
Any other discussions? All right, with that.
Sorry. I will just say, this was the first time I've ever experienced this, so based on the research that I've done, agendas are not final until the board accepts them. And so through Robert's Rules, allows the board to change the order of business by majority vote. Colorado law requires the meeting to follow the posted agenda unless amended publicly during the meeting, which is what we would be doing now. And again, historically, it has always fallen after the acceptance of the agenda.
And with that, we'll go ahead and call a vote. On the motion to move the public comment till after the acceptance of agenda, Director Callahan.
Yes.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker? Director Tony? Ryan, sorry. And Director Thompson, I'm an aye. And so that agenda item is now going to be moved till after the acceptance of agenda. So that moves us into acceptance of agenda. So this next item, as we have new board directors joining us tonight, I just want to be sure to clarify that during a special meeting, the agenda may only be adjusted with a unanimous vote with all board members present. Additionally, if a new item is added during a special meeting, it needs to be reasonably related to the subject matter already posted or an exigency, I'm still saying it wrong, exists, meaning, I even checked with Geiger before this, which means in the context of these meetings, it's a situation where quick action is necessary because waiting could cause harm, risk, or negative consequences. Okay, so with that said, is there a motion regarding the agenda? Director Meek?
Yeah, I would like to move to amend the agenda to add a 15-minute discussion item to the work session titled 11.6, Discussion on Rescinding the September 9th Board Action to Direct Staff to Administer the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey as an opt-in only option.
Second.
All right, and Director Meek, do you mind restating what your request, where you were asking to place it,
The motion?
the agenda item?
Yeah, so to amend the agenda for a 15-minute discussion item, it would be on the work session titled 11.6, Discussion on Rescinding the September 9th Board Action to Direct Staff to Administer the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey as an opt-in only option.
Thank you, and I will open this up to discussion. Director Meek, since it's your motion, I will let you speak first.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to offer an explanation. It's a little lengthy, but I think it's really important to explain why I believe this amendment is necessary this evening. So as we all know, agendas sometimes change and need to be updated after the initial agenda planning, especially when circumstances change. Tonight's agenda actually includes several items that were not discussed at our agenda planning that was on November 13th for this evening. For example, the mill levy certification was added, public comment, director reports, and an executive session related to the recent developments with the county. So adapting to evolving needs is part of our governance responsibilities, and it's normal to need to do that. Before the holiday break, I spoke with Superintendent Kane about the incoming board's interest in discussing the directive related to the Healthy Kids Colorado Survey. They spoke about it at every forum throughout the campaign, and she noted that holding a special meeting would strain staff capacity and add cost to taxpayers, and advised that including the item on tonight's agenda would be the most efficient and transparent approach. So she asked me to reach out to the former board president requesting to have the item added, and I did submit that request through the proper channels, but it was denied. So it's not a radical concept for an incoming board to design its first meeting, which is tonight for this board. It has been the past practice for as long as I can remember. In fact, 4 years ago, the incoming board not only designed its first meeting agenda, but also a special meeting that was scheduled for the very next evening. And they did this before they were sworn in. And that is because the outgoing president followed the historical practice of allowing that incoming board to set its own agenda. So, and also I want to be clear that being sworn in early is not a deviation from past practice or improper. I was sworn in early in 2019. It was during Thanksgiving week. My adult children were home from college. My mom was visiting, and it was a really special event, and I was sworn in. And I participated in that ceremonial swearing in at the next board meeting. And no one raised concerns at that time, largely because the outgoing board was not attempting to control the agenda or limit the ability of the incoming board to set its own course. So, in my opinion, what is unusual and concerning is that the past president setting tonight's agenda refused to honor that long-standing practice, and she approved the addition of the mill certification, the director reports, the executive session, but refused to approve the addition of the proposed modification, even after being told that it was the wish of the incoming board and was also the recommendation of the superintendent. So the early swearing-ins ensured that all board members could legally participate in this potential agending conversation right now. It also allowed them, honestly, to get up to speed on legal updates that we've received on the executive session that we have at the end of tonight's meeting. They are better prepared than I've seen other new incoming boards who didn't necessarily do the earlier swearing in. So finally, by adding this agenda item tonight, we are promoting transparency, following the recommendation of the superintendent, saving taxpayer money from adding another special meeting, and alleviating a strain on staff during a busy season. And for these reasons, I support amending the agenda as stated.
Director Geiger?
I feel like I need to explain because I've been careful about agendas. This is not a vote tonight. Am I correct on that? This is a discussion. Motion is certainly for a discussion item. If there were to be a vote on changing the policy regarding opt-in or opt-out, that would be at a later meeting. And that would be important to me because I think the public has a duty and a right to comment upon that. I think it's an issue of some interest to many people in this county, and I would oppose any kind of vote on that. That said, having a discussion with the new members, and I agree with Director Meek about why it was important to have them here, I believe is important to have that discussion. I think it's something that our public wants to discuss. I think it was something that was discussed in the election. So I approve amending the agenda to understand that this is a discussion. No policy and no resolution has been promoted.
Any other discussion? Director Ryan?
Is this on? Hello. Okay. For the early swearing in, mine was different than I think the other folks that swore in early. I swore in on Tuesday because somebody that I have known for over 20 years happens to be a notary, and it was very important to me to have his name on there. I do know Judge Stewart as well, but we've only known each other for a little more than a year. So that was very important to me to have somebody that I had known for that long, somebody that I look up to in my daily life to be part of that. I did immediately notify Director Myers. I notified Superintendent Kane and our designated election official immediately after I did that swearing in from a transparency standpoint to make sure that they could prepare as needed since that happened. Now, I do think some apologies are in order. I apologize to Director Myers if that felt in any way disrespectful. I apologize to staff and Superintendent Kane because I do know that there were some headaches that resulted from that, and I do also apologize to my fellow directors up here that this is something that we are talking about at our first meeting. What I will not say is that I'd take it back. I do think that I made the right decision by getting sworn early, especially given the in light of former President Williams' choice to block something that people were asking for as part of this agenda, as part of this discussion. Something that I think that was missing from Directors Meek and Geiger's statements is the exigency of this. We're talking about a survey that needs to go out soon. It needs to go out so that we have the data necessary to be able to use it in order to get funding, in order to do many things. And it is exigent in that sense. The other thing is staff was requesting this. I think it is very disrespectful to staff that this wasn't added on, because they want to be able to prepare for if something happens at an action item later on. They want to be able to prepare for not another meeting next week. They want to make sure that we're getting everything done, and I think that that's very important as well. I've gone back and forth on whether or not I would support adding something to the agenda in this way, but I think given that the request originates with staff, that it is a money-saving measure, I think that puts me on the side of supporting this.
Director Parker?
I've gotten many emails about getting sworn in early, and I thought this would be a perfect time to address the concerns. First, I'd like to say that I appreciate a concerned and opinionated public. I'm grateful for every email that I got, because when a public is opinionated and they are advocating for themselves, that means they are involved, and they hold me accountable, and accountable is one of my biggest values. So I appreciate that this got the attention from some people because they didn't know the story behind it. Honestly, I'm still figuring out policies and norms recommended and what I need to abide by when communicating with the general public. To be clear, I agree with Susan's statement. I felt like I had a choice. I could prioritize transparency around an important agenda item that impacts the districts and the data collection, or I could give away that transparency to do something that most people expected. I want to be a director that is rooted in student-centered decision-making, not drama created to promote an us versus them mentality. Regardless of this, I did not take this decision lightly. I was the last to be sworn in, not because of political strategy, but because it was a long weekend and I had family in town, and so I waited till I could do it in front of the high school I went to, that's a current high school in my district, and so my mom and kids could be with me during it. Because of this delay, I was able to talk to Tim Moore before being sworn in, and I truly believe there are no hard feelings between us. We talked about grabbing coffee, and so for people who are concerned about the transparency, I called him beforehand. I know I haven't been able to prove myself to all of you yet as a director, and I understand where the worry and confusion came from. I promise to do my very best as a board director, and I'm glad we have a public out here that won't settle for anything less. Thank you.
Director Denzler?
As long as this is a discussion-only item, I would be in support of it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, and I just want to build on the fact that the agenda that was posted was not the agenda that we ended with at the end of agenda planning. We know, as Director Meek stated, some of the reasons for the changes, and that's the nature of board business. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and call a vote. So we do have a motion made by Meek, seconded by Director Geiger, which adds a 15-minute discussion item to the study session portion of the meeting, 11.6. And I will go ahead and call a vote. As soon as I find my listed your names, so I don't mess up the order. Oh, it's right in front of me. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Parker.
Oh, aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
And Director Thompson. Aye. That passes unanimously. All right. We still have another outstanding item that I want to make sure that we discuss, and that is public comment tonight. So the agenda has public comment for a total of 10 minutes, and we currently have 15 speakers that are up to speak tonight. And so in order to accommodate time for all of our citizens who've come in to give public comment, we would need to extend the time from 10 minutes. And so I would like to open a discussion. We'll first see if there's a motion to update the change and then maybe have a discussion about that time. That should be allotted.
Director Geiger, for the record, I would move to amend the agenda to leave 15 times 15. Basically enough for 90 seconds per speaker, which is the consistent policy we've used when the number of speakers exceeds the allotted time. So I would, somebody help me with my math.
How much time? Sorry.
15 and times 90 seconds would be 15, 22 minutes and
calculator.
30 seconds. If I'm a lawyer, I was told we do not do math. But I would move to amend the agenda to allow 25 minutes for public comment.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Geiger, a second by Director Callahan, and we have, and again, this is to extend the time for public comment to be 25 minutes to allow 90 seconds for each commenter. It's open to discussion. All right, with no discussion, we'll go ahead and call a vote. Director Callahan,
Aye.
Director Densler,
Aye.
Director Geiger,
Aye.
Director Meek,
Aye.
Director Parker, Director Ryan,
Aye.
Director Thompson, aye. That passes unanimously. And I believe now we need a motion to accept the agenda as amended.
Move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
All right. We have a move to accept the agenda as amended by Director Geiger, second by Callahan. And I'm going to go ahead and call a vote. Director Callahan. Oh, sorry, open to discussion. Anybody have comments? Okay. No? All right. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker? Director Director Thompson, aye, and that passes unanimously. All right. So with that said, we are going to move into our next agenda item, which is public comments. And it looks like public comment, just a heads up for people that are here today, the podium is here up front. So I would call 3 names at a time when we move to in-person public comment. So first, just a warm welcome to those participating in public comment this evening. Thank you for taking the time to participate in this important democratic process. Tonight, we are allotting 90 seconds for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please keep your comments appropriate for a K-12 audience, and be sure to adjust the mic so that we can all hear you. We will start first with students, then we will move to Zoom for public comment, and then finally in person. All right, so first up, I will call our student who's present, Maria Mayer.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, good evening, Superintendent Kane and the members of the school board. My name is Maria Mayer and I'm a student at the Bridge Transition Program. I have internship at Legacy Cafe. I would like to welcome the new board members. We are very happy to have you here. As someone with physical disability, I have Miss Parker as school board member because I have never been seen everybody else with physical disability on school board. Thank you for supporting the student in Douglas County. If you would like, please come to visit the Legacy Cafe to grab coffee, breakfast, or lunch. It opens Monday through Thursday from 7:30 to 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to move to a public comment on Zoom. So first up, we have Robin DePan, followed by Lacey Gansey and Bob Marshall. Is Robin online? Okay, Robin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. Good evening. My name is Robin DePan, and I live in Sterling Ranch. First, I want to welcome our new board members. Your election has brought renewed optimism into this district, and I hope you feel empowered to hit the ground running because the work ahead is urgent and families like mine are counting on you. As you know, the Board of County Commissioners has approved the 13th Amendment to the Sterling Ranch Plan Development. While that decision was disappointing to many of us, what's even more concerning is that we still do not have clear final language on what was conceded or what the district is now legally obligated to do. That lack of clarity leaves the district and thousands of future students in a vulnerable position. Tonight's executive session is critical. You have a narrow window to determine whether further action is needed, including whether an appeal or challenge is necessary to protect school site needs in Sterling Ranch. I want to emphasize this is not about politics. Families in Sterling Ranch are simply asking that land intended for district-led schools remain available for those schools. Without clarity and urgency, that future is a risk. I also want to raise a practical planning question. If securing the necessary land now requires funding that wasn't previously budgeted, does the district anticipate needing a future bond measure?
15 seconds remaining.
If that is even a possibility, transparency with the community is essential so families understand the long-term plan. I recognize the difficult position this board is in. The relationship with the county has been strained, and taking decisive action may feel challenging, but the alternative is allowing a major growth community to permanently lose land that was promised for public schools.
Thank you. Lacey Gansey?
Sorry.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good evening, directors, superintendent, and members of the community. I would like to formally introduce myself. My name is Lacey Gansey, and I'm standing here as a mother carrying 960 days of trauma my child never deserved. Since April 19th of 2023, my son, the victim, has been pushed through 4 schools, 2 of them being online programs in DCSD. His life defined by instability and fear, not because of his choices, but because of what was done to him and what continued afterwards. I want to be clear. I am not blaming this new board. You were sworn in just days before, but you've stepped into leadership while my children are still suffering, displaced, and trapped in a legal battle that has stolen years from them. I was coming here tonight in person with real hope. But before I registered to speak today, I learned that just yesterday, that's right, December 1st, your attorneys filed another summary judgment in an attempt to silence my children and deny the truth and extend a fight that has taken our home stability and their sense of safety. While families across Douglas County celebrate the holidays, mine lives in pieces. So tonight I'm asking for something overdue and absolutely necessary.
15 seconds
Please
remaining.
review my children's case and please look at what happened with fresh eyes and human hearts. Please bring this to an end so my children can finally begin to heal. They cannot heal when being dragged through legal motions. They cannot heal while being treated as liabilities instead of victims. I want...
Bob Marshall? Okay. With that, we are going to move to in-person public comments. So first up, I have Iko Browning, followed by Whitney Gregg, and then Jennifer Iverson. called for public comment, it might make it a little easier to come down the steps to help us with time.
Hello, Superintendent Kane and Board of Directors. I'm so excited to see you here. My name is Aiko Browning, and I'm a parent of 2 kids in Douglas County School District, and I've got kids on 2 ends of the spectrum. So there have been some statements made by certain folks who support certain charter school organizations that charter schools can serve all kids with disabilities, and as we know, that is not true. My son has autism and intellectual disability, and he gets an excellent education through Douglas County School District through the SSN program. I have a child that has an IEP, and I've got a child that has an ALP, and both of them have thrived in neighborhood schools, and we need to preserve that, and we need to make sure that Sterling Ranch can get some neighborhood schools. Couple issues that I wanted to bring up. So regarding the early swearing in, I hear you and I hear what you're saying, but it just, it kind of came as a surprise to me, and I tend to think that I'm pretty attuned to things that are going on in the community, so it's kind of shocking. And I would really encourage everybody to just make sure that public business is conducted in public forums, to make sure that we're following both Sunshine Law and the spirit of the law, to make sure that the community is engaged and involved, and to have notice meetings and to have public input and civil discourse. So I see that there was nothing super shady going on, but it just kind of came out of nowhere and kind of blew up. That is one issue, and I think those are my main issues there, so I will
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aiko. All right. Next up, we have Whitney Gregg, and that will be followed by, again, Jennifer Iverson, and then Callie Wolf.
Good evening. I'm here tonight because what happened before this meeting deserves to be addressed openly and honestly. Transparency is not a talking point, it is a principle. And when newly elected board members choose to be sworn in behind closed doors, before the official meeting and out of public view, it sends the opposite message of what our community was promised. Regardless of the motivation behind that decision, it undermines trust. It does not reflect good faith. I am also deeply disappointed by reports that one director issued a threat toward an outgoing board member in order to secure the outcome she wanted. That kind of behavior is unacceptable in any professional setting, and it certainly has no place in a body responsible for the education and well-being of our children. Disagreement is expected, intimidation is not. I want to be clear, my concern is not about ideology, it is about conduct. This board cannot advocate for transparency, accountability, and respect while acting in ways that contradict those values. Our students, our families, and our staff deserve better. Tonight,
15
I
seconds
sincerely hope
remaining.
that these actions are not a preview of how this board intends to operate moving forward. I hope they are a misstep, not a pattern. Because if we are going to move this district forward, it will require integrity, open communication, and a willingness to uphold the standards you ask others to follow.
Thank you, Whitney. Next up, Jennifer Iverson, again followed by Callie Wolf, and then Judy Brandberg.
Good evening. My name is Jen Iverson, and I'm here on behalf of Douglas County parents to welcome our 4 newly elected board members. Public education thrives on 2 core American principles: universal access for every child and local control that places decision-making power in the hands of communities like ours. The voters of Douglas County have spoken clearly about who they want leading this district, and we put our trust in you to honor that mandate. We're excited about the unique perspectives each of you brings. We look forward to a true collaboration of minds working together to find the best solutions for all students in DCSD rather than blocks of votes pushing narrow agendas. We know you're committed to creating a safe space where every student can thrive. At Douglas County Parents, we're looking forward to working alongside you and holding you accountable to the priorities you outlined in your campaigns. We understand that once you're on the dais, some things might look different, and that's okay. What we expect is thoughtful, transparent discussion. We don't need to agree with every decision you make, but we do need to understand the reasoning behind those decisions.
15 seconds remaining.
Welcome to the board. Our community is counting on you, and we're here to support your success in serving our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Callie Wolf, followed by Judy Bramberg, and then Jason Hurd. Is Callie here? Apologies. I am talking into it. Is that better? Do I need to be more direct? Thank you. It's not better? Is there a way to? Okay. Is that better? There we go. Thanks for the feedback. All right, so next up is Callie Wolf. Do we have Callie Wolf here tonight? Don't see. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to Judy Bramberg. And then following Judy will be Jason Hurd, followed by Linda White.
Good evening. My name is Judy Bramberg. I am here because on November 25th, a serious legal violation occurred at the Board of County Commissioners hearing involving the Sterling Ranch Filing 6A. First, DCSD leadership already admitted Filing 6A was never a DCSD school site, never designated, never conveyed, and never legally dedicated under Colorado law. Dedication must occur before the July 1st plat recordation. It did not. Second, when this truth was exposed publicly, Sterling Ranch suddenly offered an 80-acre gift, a 50% build-out delay, and off-record bribes, all in exchange for an immediate vote. That is the definition of an unlawful quid pro quo under federal law. Third, the county commissioners approved a legally impossible designation anyway, treating private charter land as if it were a DCSD dedicated land. That vote exposed this district, not because of anything you did, but because of the unlawful actions of Sterling Ranch, the Douglas County Planning Commission, Charter School Institute, State Board of Education, and state officials who knew the land was never legally dedicated. My request is simple. Launch an independent investigation into the
15 seconds remaining.
misrepresentation, the county commissioner's vote, and DCSD's true school site inventory. This is not political. This is for legal compliance, the safety of our children, and for public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, up next is Jason Hurd, followed by Linda White, and then Kelly Mayer.
All right. Okay. Director Meek, for years, one of the most common words you've used as a board member is trust, all the time. So I have to ask, how are the voters of Douglas County supposed to trust this board when you maneuvered behind closed doors to secure one extra meeting in your favor? Let's not pretend this was about legal grounds. It was wholly unnecessary and an aggressive attack on the majority. Most voters thought they elected board members for 4 years, not 4 years and a few days. If the President of the United States had quietly been sworn in a few days before the inauguration in order to kneecap the outgoing one, would anyone have accepted that? Of course not. Yet when the public asks this simple question, why did you do this? Director Denzel labels outgoing board members election deniers. It was on social media, and it's my paraphrasing, but that's what you said. Director Denzler, I look forward to more long-winded retorts on social media. My favorite high school teacher constantly reminded the class that power corrupts. Now, I fully expect a 7-0 majority to become corrupt, especially given Director Geiger's hostile outbursts at the last board meeting. But this shady
15
move from
seconds remaining.
But this shady move from you, Director Meek, would have probably even surprised my history teacher. You people didn't even wait for swearing in to be corrupted. I hope this doesn't continue.
Thank you. Linda White, followed by Kelly Mayer, followed by Chad Cox.
I'm Linda White, founder of Grandparents for Kids. I have listened closely to Douglas. I have watched closely Douglas County School Board meetings for the last 4 years. Over and over, I heard the three members in the minority repeat the words transparency and trust. During the campaign, I heard these four new members echo those same words again and again. So I ask you tonight, can you honestly look this community in the face and say your very first actions as a new board were transparent and trustworthy? Was this truly how you wanted to set the tone for your leadership? Using a loophole to remove the outgoing members, conducting business under the cloak of darkness, showing little respect in the process. These are not the actions of a board committed to transparency or trust. Actions speak louder than words. Your actions have spoken volumes. Maya Angelou, poet, author, and civil rights activist, once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." Sadly, your first actions raise doubts about your commitment to fairness, respect, and integrity. The burden is now on you to prove otherwise. This community will be watching closely to see how you rectify this disrespectful
15
start.
seconds remaining.
Grandparents for Kids may stand on the other side of the fence in our views, but we were willing to give you a chance to earn trust. That trust has been shaken.
Next up, Kelly Mayer, followed by Chad Cox, and then Kaylee Weiniger.
Good evening, school board directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I'm the mother of many current and former DCSD students, and I am speaking for myself and not any of the committees I am on. I am here tonight primarily to say thank you. Thank you to the 7 of you for running for school board. Thank you for promising to put students first. Thank you for bringing your impressive amount of personal and professional educational experience to this board. Thank you for understanding that representation matters. Thank you for doing the hard work it takes to get elected. I am confident that moving forward, you will make decisions that center Douglas County students. I look forward to robust discussions that will happen on this dais. I know that there will be times when you don't all agree on a topic or a policy. That's okay. We did not vote for you so that you would all vote 7-0 on everything. I believe diverse thoughts and opinions are important. So once again, I'm here tonight to say thank you and welcome. I encourage you to work hard for each and every student in our school district, to support staff and the community as a whole. Thank you again for your willingness to serve. Thank you.
Next up, we have Chad Cox, followed by Kaylee Weiniger, followed by Steve Kincaid.
Good evening. First, I want to start by welcoming our newly elected school board directors. Your presence here tonight represents something many of us have been waiting a very long time to feel again: hope. For more than 4 years, I and countless others have stood at the school board podium. We have watched meeting after meeting where lies, fear-mongering, and manufactured outrage were treated as fact. We have listened as teachers, our dedicated professionals, were accused of horrific acts against our children, accusations that were never rooted in reality. And we sat alongside students who were forced to watch adults in power give oxygen to hate, racism, and bigotry, all under the guise of political strategy and theocratic ideology. I will never forget the night a young boy stood before this very dais, pouring his heart out, pleading for not for special treatment, but for something so basic: to feel safe, to feel accepted, to exist without fear in the halls of his own school. Over those years, as the previous board majority looked away, dismissed his truth, and denied his pain, we watched a boy be forced to become a man, speaking not just for himself, but for every student who cannot speak for themselves or do not yet believe their voice matters. Tonight, I'm grateful because the board seated before us now has the
15 seconds
opportunity
remaining.
and believe the intention to remove political agendas and theocratic ideology from our classrooms and from this chamber. I am hopeful that when individuals or organizations come forward, and they will, to push false narratives, they will not be heard by silence, but with leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, Kaylee Weiniger, followed by Steve Kincaid.
Good evening. Thank you for giving time for public comment this evening. I don't agree with amending the agenda, but you are now the new board and can amend it as you wish. I'm not going to spend much time this evening reiterating what's already been said about current board directors choosing to take their oath of office in their own way rather than what was planned, and thus throwing things into disarray for staff and everyone involved. This was planned during an agenda meeting that myself and new board members attended. Since that agenda planning meeting, former President Williams agreed to add the urgent items and not any non-urgent requests. Some current board members have stated from the dais they disagree with making non-urgent changes after agenda planning. I also want to share some perspective and thoughts that can hopefully assist all current board directors, as I still want what is best for DCSD and for my daughters who will go through our school system. You all now have what I and the outgoing board members never had: the privilege of having minimal dissension and minimal disagreement among you on the dais. That now means that about 50% of the community does not have someone up there representing them and speaking up about their side of concerns around any future controversial agenda items. You have been elected to serve on a collaborative board that makes decisions together in public, no matter if the decision is inevitable
15
with
seconds
a like-minded
remaining.
board. What you say up on the dais during discussion makes a difference and shows what considerations were made in getting to your ultimate decision. I hope some of you put a conscious effort into taking the time publicly to speak to those concerns, even if you disagree with them personally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Steve Kincaid.
All right. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Steve Kincaid. I am here today as a resident of Douglas County to welcome our incoming board members. I'm genuinely hopeful about the positive impact this new board can have on our students, our educators, our families, and our broader community. I trust that each of you will work to represent all of us and to act in the best long-term interest of our district. At the same time, we must recognize the environment that we're operating in. There will be individuals and organizations, some acting in bad faith, others may be earnest in their beliefs, who will work to manufacture controversy or derail constructive progress. Their goal is not to improve our schools, but to undermine confidence for their own agenda. To that, I urge you, stay focused. Do not take the bait. Keep your attention on the real work and the real needs of the district. You know why you're here, you know why you were elected, and you have the support of the people of Douglas County who believe in the good that this board can accomplish. This is day one of a long journey. I'm looking forward to what's next, and I thank all of you for your service.
Thank you. And with that, we conclude public comments. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the certification of the election results. We have a resolution that acknowledges that the certification we received from the county's clerk's office is indeed the correct results. So all we have to do is acknowledge that the results are ours. And I believe we're going to pull the resolution up. Yes, Director Thompson. Yes.
For the people up in the booth, we need the resolution from the election certification, which is the item before the PowerPoint. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience with our temporary setup.
So the resolution for the certification of election results, it's where the school districts received and examined the official abstracts of the votes cast in the regular biennial school education held November 4th, 2025, as certified by the designated election officials in Douglas and Elbert counties. So this resolution is now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education does hereby certify that the votes received for each candidate are as follows. So for Director District B, Kirzia Parker with a total of 62,266 votes, and Matthew Smith with a vote total of 58,805 votes. For Director District D, we had Keaton Gamble, received 56,393 votes, and Tony Ryan, 64,426. Director for District E, Deborah Kramer received 56,897 votes, and Clark Callahan, 63,839. Director for District G, Kelly Densler received 64,323 votes, and Stephen Vale received 56,380. So this, again, is to have it resolved that we do certify and declare the election of you all to the Board of Education. So I will entertain a motion to accept the 2025 Board of Education Resolution Certificate of Election Results as presented. Do I have a motion?
I move to adopt the election results.
All right. Motion made by Director Geiger.
Second.
Right. Seconded by Director Meek. Any discussion?
Director Ryan, for the record, I just want to make it clear that in 2021, when Directors Williams, Peterson, Weiniger, and Myers were elected, they voted on their own certification of election, so this is not changing anything in terms of the procedure that is being done today.
Any other discussion? Director Geiger?
I will simply say I went back and looked at the 2023 election results, and I am now officially the person on the board with the fewest votes.
I had the closest margin.
All right, any other discussion? All right, and with that, let's vote. So, Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Enthusiastic aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson's an aye, so that passes unanimously. All right, moving on. Next up is the mill levy certification. All right. So for this one, CRS 395128 requires us to certify our 2025 levy to the Board of County Commissioners for both Douglas and Elbert counties no later than December 15th. And I know that staff has a presentation.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening and welcome new directors. So this is the time of year that we will certify our mills for the next calendar year, and that simply means that we are setting the property tax rates for the next calendar year. There's a few different pieces to these school tax bills. The first is the local share. So this is the School Finance Act, which we call the local share in the total program. That is at 27 mills, and that is required by law to be at 27 mills. Oh, Mark, we have a, oh, it comes up on here. Sorry. I'll go this way, sorry. The second piece is the mill levy override. These are approved by our voters. There are 6 separate authorizations. The last was approved in 2023. Those are all flat dollar amounts and total about $139 million. We also have the bond redemption. which is a tax that allows us to pay the principal and interest due on our outstanding general obligation bonds. And finally, abatement. So this is the district's proportionate share of abated and refunded amounts that is refunded and abated by the county. This number is just given to us, so this is not something that we calculate. So this is what that recommendation looks like for the next calendar year. Focus on the second column, that's the 25-26 draft levy. And then you'll see the 2025 and the 2024 calendar year for comparison purposes. We are recommending to keep that tax rate flat compared to last year. So what that means is that we slightly lower the mill levy override to ensure that we're only collecting the $139 million that our voters approved. It's by less than 1 mil. We will increase the bond redemption by about ½ mil, and that ensures that we can cover the principal and interest due on our outstanding bonds, and those payments are due in June and then again in December. So we are asking the Board of Education to certify the mill levies as recommended by staff and the associated resolution. And then staff will work to submit all the required documentation into the 2 counties as well as the Department of Education. Questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I'll open it up for questions. Director Geiger.
Thank you, CFO. Just a couple things. The abatement, that decision is made by the county commissioners, is that correct?
I don't know if it's the commissioners. Does anyone know the answer to that?
The abatement is mandatory under Tabor, correct?
It's a lot of different things that can result in abatement and reduction of property taxes. I don't know if it's really always the commissioners that it happens with. The assessor can also make some of those decisions.
Okay. And the bond redemption going up, although we're still maintaining the mill levy, is that a discretionary decision by us, or is that kind of the minimum that we need to pay our bond obligations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we are anticipating issuing the second part of the 2024 bonds in this next calendar year. So if we kept that tax rate the same, we would be using our reserves in 2027 and 2028. This allows us to cover that total principal and interest on the bonds that we will be issuing, along with those that are already outstanding. And it's an estimate, but we still have some reserves that can help us out with that also.
Thank you.
Any other directors? Director Meek.
Thank you for the presentation. And I know there's been a lot of talk around items being added to the agenda that weren't on the planning agenda. And this was one of those items that we did not add during that meeting. And that was because we didn't know when the information would be available, correct?
Yeah, this was another odd year. We've had several of those recently. And if you remember a few years back, we actually had to delegate that authority because there was so much chaos happening within the system. So this is the first year that we actually have 2 tax rates. There's one for local government and there's one for school districts. And so the assessors had to go back through their system and recode things to make sure that their systems were calculating the assessed values correctly. And that's pretty easy for Douglas County, but we have a really small piece of Elbert County, and they weren't sure that they would get this done very quickly. And so actually they told us in Elbert County that they didn't anticipate until December 1st they would have their values, if they even had that. So when we got both of them right before Thanksgiving, we're like, great, let's go. Then we don't have to do a special meeting to do this, which is required by law by December 15th.
Any other questions?
Move to adopt the resolution.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt the resolution, I'm assuming as written.
Second.
Second. Great. Sorry, motion by Geiger, second by Parker, Director Parker, sorry. Okay, I'll open it to discussion. Seeing none, so let's go ahead and vote. Director Callahan? Aye. Director Densler? Aye. Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson? Aye. So that passes unanimously. Great, thank you. All right. So next up is the ceremonial oath of office. All right, so this ceremonial oath of office is for our newly elected board directors. It is an honor and a privilege to serve our community and ensure that students have access to the best education possible. So thank you for your willingness to serve in this leadership role with thoughtful and collaborative decision-making to help sustain the success of the Douglas County School District. So I'd like to introduce our Honorable Chief Judge, Ryan Stewart, who will preside over the delivery of the ceremonial oath of office for the new members of the District's Board of Education. And Chief Judge Stewart, you may join us at the front of the dais for the ceremonial oath. The Honorable Chief Judge Stewart is the 23rd Judicial District Judge. He is a graduate of Stanford University, Harvard University of Education, and Georgetown University Law Center. He began his career where he practiced civil litigation and later serving as a deputy district attorney, and in 2010 hired as a district court magistrate in the 1st Judicial District. He was later appointed as Jefferson Court Judge in 2012. In 2018, he was appointed to the 18th Judicial District, now the 23rd, and he co-founded, he has a history with the school district. He co-founded a charter school. His wife, Amy, is a principal here in the district, and he served as a former member of this board from 2007 to 2010. So welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. And with that, you may begin.
Thank you. We'll begin with Director Callahan. If you want to step forward.
I, Clark Callahan, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of school director as required by law and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws pursuant thereto.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Director Densler.
I, Kelly Densler, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of school director as required by law and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws made pursuant thereto. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to raise up. If that makes sense. Yes. I, Kierzia Parker, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform the duties of
the office of school director as required by law, and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws made pursuant thereto. Thank you.
And Mr. Ryan. I've only said that a few times in court. Have you hold that with your left hand? Yes, sir. Have you raise your right hand. Repeat after me.
I, Tony Ryan, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully perform the duties of the office of school director as required by law, and will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws made pursuant thereto.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, thank you and welcome aboard. All right, so the next item of business is the election of board officers as per CRS 2032-104. Officers must be selected within 15 days after receipt of the official abstract of vote. Officer positions include president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, and as allowed at the discretion of the board, an assistant secretary and assistant treasurer. Officer terms are 2 years. No board member may serve more than 2 terms in any single office of the board. This means that at every board election, resigning officers must be selected. Board members can either nominate another member or self-nominate, and a nomination does not require a second. So once nominations are open for a position, each individual nominated will have the opportunity to advocate for themselves. So the first position, as stated, is the board president, as defined by Colorado statute and our policy governance processes. Responsibilities of the president include to ensure the integrity of the board's processes, serves as the board's official spokesperson regarding formal actions taken by the board, lead the board so the board's performance is consistent with its own rules and policies, determine and finalize meeting agendas for posting with consultation of board members and staff, preside over board meetings on issues as defined by board policy that belong to the board to decide and monitor, conduct deliberations among the board that are fair, open, and thorough, but also efficient, timely, and orderly, and to the point. Sign contracts to which the school district may be a party when such a contract has been authorized by the full board. And the board president votes on all issues except for the matters pertaining to the conduct of meetings. Decision-making authority for the board president is no greater than that of any other board director. So with that, I now call for nominations for the office of board president. Is there a nomination? Director Geiger?
Can you hear me? Douglas County School Board is blessed to have somebody probably more qualified to be a school board president than almost anybody in the state. Susan Meek has for 6 years now served this board with honor, with a unflinching devotion to the needs of our district and most importantly to the needs of our children. She is an expert in policy governance such that she teaches other people how to do policy governance. She has held this board to its duties and its jobs as well as its limitations. She has at times been the sole voice for difficult positions, and she will lead us with honor and integrity. She is my mentor, my friend, and she is the best person for this job. I nominate Director Susan Meek.
All right. Any other nominations?
Okay. I don't know. I don't think you want it, Kelly, but I got emails from a prominent figure in in the community who ran for school board, and he suggested you be nominated. And I just want to make sure we, I don't know, make sure that all voices are represented. So I don't know if you want it, but I'd be happy to nominate Kelly as well, just to have that voice heard, just because I think that he represents a large voice of the community, and I want to make sure that happens.
Well, thank you for that. The mics, guys, the mics. Thank you for that. I was very honored to read the same email, and I have no interest in this position at this time, but I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay, so that means we have one nominee for the position of board president. So with that, oh, I'm sorry. Would you like?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would be a privilege and an honor to serve this board. And I honestly believe anyone sitting up here would do a fantastic job in that role. But yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay, so one last check. We have Director Meek, who is nominated. Are there any further nominations for the office of president before I move on? Okay. So seeing none, nominations for the office of president are now closed. And we've already did our statement, so I will skip over that. The nomination for the office of president is Director Meek. Is there any objection to voting by acclamation? Seeing none. So Director Meek is hereby elected to the office of president by acclamation. And with that, I gladly hand over the role of presiding over this meeting to our President Meek.
Thank you. Yay. Be good, Brad. So let me just begin by saying thank you for the trust that all of you are placing in me. As board president, I'm committed to working hard to ensure that we do operate the way we are intended to operate, and keeping what's best for students, staff, and community central as we're moving forward. I look forward to serving with each and every one of you on this board, and we heard tonight that some trust has been broken with some community members, and I am confident that this board can live up to rebuilding any trust that has been broken, and I know I'm committed to doing my best to do that, and I'm asking the community to hold us accountable, and that is absolutely what you should be doing. So with that, let's move into the election of the vice president. So the vice president's responsibilities include, in the absence or inability of the president, the vice president shall have and perform all of the powers and duties of the president. Delegation of other responsibilities will be determined as needed, including participation on agenda planning. Are there any questions around the duties of the vice president? It's other tasks as assigned as well, is what I'm hearing. So nominations are now in order for the office of vice president. Is there a nomination? Director Thompson?
Thank you. I would like to nominate Director Callahan for this position. Director Callahan, I've had the opportunity to really get to know you, and I believe you a person of integrity. I believe that you will do your diligence and duty to hold our President Meek accountable if it ever arises. And And again, I know that you have a lot of experience, and so this just seems like a fitting role. And I also believe that one of our leadership positions should be going, at least one, should be going to our newly elected board members. So if you accept, I nominate Director Callahan.
Do you accept the nomination, Director Callahan?
I do.
Are there any other nominations for the position of Vice President? I'm pausing. I'm going to wait and see. All right. All right, so I believe we should be able to vote by acclamation again. So seeing no other nominations for the, you're not, okay.
No, I don't know. I'm like, I love Clark. I was like, do we want to talk about anything? I'm happy with Clark. I just didn't know if anybody else wanted it. No. Yeah.
Oh, Director Callahan, I'm sorry. We would love to hear your statement. I was ready just to move.
It's a real honor for the nomination. Thank you. And it would be a real privilege to be able to learn under Director Meek. One thing that I am really committed to for both our public that watches and wishes to engage in these meetings, and to the staff that stay here till late nights. I am very committed to these meetings ending at 9:30 so that people, so that the public that wishes to engage in them is able to engage in their lives the following day, and so that our staff that goes to work the next day can do so with a decent night's rest.
Great. I don't think there are any objections to that. So the nominee for the office of Vice President is Director Clark Callahan. Is there any objection to voting by acclamation? No. Seeing none, congratulations. Vice President Callahan is hereby elected to the office of Vice President. All right. Next, we have the office of Secretary. So the responsibilities for the Secretary of the Board includes drafting and sending replies on behalf of the Board in response to communications directed to the entire Board and compliance policies regarding members' ability to speak for the Board as a whole. This includes corresponding with public comment participants, following public comment, attesting any formal written documentation and contract executions of the Board, and participating in agenda planning. Any questions on those responsibilities before we ask for nominations? Okay, nominations?
I would like to nominate Director Parker for Board Secretary. I think Director Parker is someone who really, really values open and honest communication with all parties, and I think that she would really excel in a role where she is in constant communication with the public, and somebody who really, really values all perspectives.
Director Parker, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Great. Are there any other nominations for Secretary?
No, I just want to say thank you for accepting it.
I was going to ask, does anybody else want to? Come on. Anybody else?
Would you like to make some comments?
Sure. I don't know if replying to all the emails is everybody's excited, something that excites everyone, but one thing I'm committed to, I've been in this position of writing emails to people that I didn't think cared, or I didn't think would agree with me, or I thought would be written off. And so one thing that I think would be cool about this role is that I promise to read your emails, even the mean ones, even the ones that I don't agree with, and really take heart to it and bring them to the board, because I know it's like not to feel heard, and I never want somebody in our community to feel that way. And so that is something that I'm committed to if you guys vote And I think I'm the only one that really, well, we'd all do it, but yeah. Apparently nobody wants else? No? Okay.
So I think I've messed things up already as in regards to the meeting, because we actually vote by motion for this position. And so given all of the discussion so far, is there a motion?
I move to nominate Director Parker as the next board secretary.
I second.
Perfect. So there has been a motion and a second to have Director Parker serve as the secretary. Is there any further discussion? All right, let's vote by roll call. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker, sorry,
Oh,
I'm just
aye,
looking
okay,
at you,
yeah.
Director Parker. Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Congratulations. It truly is a very important role that you play for the board and secretary, and being that voice and responding, and I have all the confidence that you will do a fantastic job. So with that, the next officer we have is treasurer. So the responsibilities for the treasurer assists with the development of the board department budget, approves director reimbursement requests and expenditure requests not already budgeted. The treasurer will be the liaison between the board and the FOC unless delegated to another board member. So it's not required that you are the liaison, but it has been tradition that you would serve as the liaison to the FOC, the Fiscal Oversight Committee, and also the MBOC, I believe. So is there a motion for the treasurer? Director Ryan.
I would move to nominate Director Thompson to maintain her spot as the board treasurer.
Second.
Okay, there has been a motion and a second to have Director Thompson retain the officer role of treasurer. Any discussion? All right. Do you want to say a couple words before?
It is a really cool role, guys. You get to work with the CFO. You got the inner dealings with the board budget. You get to serve as liaison to two amazing committees, and I genuinely mean that. I really enjoy serving with FOC and MBOC, so it is a great opportunity. I'm more than happy to continue in the role, but if someone is really interested in it, I'm also very receptive to someone else taking the nomination.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and I will go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan?
Aye.
Director Densler?
Aye.
Director Geiger?
Aye.
Director Meek? Aye. Director Parker?
Aye.
Director Ryan?
Aye.
Director Thompson?
It feels weird to vote for myself. Aye.
Congratulations, and thank you for your willingness to continue in this important role. So thank you very much. So next we actually have the Assistant Secretary. The Assistant Secretary responsibilities, and this is an appointment by the board that is made to staff. The Assistant Secretary shall cause notice to be given to each member of the board of all special meetings of the board, cause minutes of each meeting of the board to be kept and preserved, serve as custodian of the seal of the district, and perform other tasks as assigned by the board and/or superintendent. Currently, Ms. Shauna Manitokin serves in this role, and I'm not sure where she is. Are you willing to continue in this role? I see a yes. So I'm trying to make sure I know how the motion would be to appoint. Okay. So is there a motion to appoint Ms. Manitokin as the board's Assistant Secretary?
So moved.
Second.
Great. It was moved by Director Geiger, seconded by Director Callahan, to have Ms. Manitokin continue to serve in the Assistant Secretary role. With that, I will call for the vote. Director Callahan,
Aye.
Director Densler,
Aye.
Director Geiger,
Aye.
Director Meek, aye. Director Parker,
Aye.
Director Ryan,
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Congratulations, Ms. Manitokin, and thank you so much for all that you do to help support this board. So our last appointment for a position is the Assistant Treasurer. The responsibilities being that they must account for all monies belonging to the district and submit reports as may be required by the board. All warrants, orders, or checks drawn in payment of lawfully incurred and properly authorized obligations of the district must bear the witness or facsimile signature of the Assistant Treasurer of the Board. The Business Services Department shall administer receipts and disbursements and take care of all accounting processes. The Assistant Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer, is legally responsible for all requirements set forth in the law. So currently, Ms. Jana Schleichner currently holds this position, and I'm wondering if she is interested in continuing. I see a yes. So is there a motion to have Ms. Schleichner continue to serve in the role as Assistant Treasurer?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I think Director Callahan moved and Director Geiger seconded a motion to have Ms. Schleichner continue as the Assistant Treasurer for the board. With that, I'll go ahead and call roll. Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Densler.
Aye.
Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Great, congratulations, and again, thank you for that important role that you play for our board. Let's see where we are. That's right, we now have the confidentiality certifications. Can I ask General Counsel Klimish to talk us through what that process looks like?
So we are
So we're now at the item where board members sign confidentiality affidavits.
okay. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to ask our Assistant Secretary to come forward and present certificates to our board members. Essentially, these certificates are asking each of our board members to certify that they will engage in their duties to maintain confidentiality with respect to confidential information that is provided to them, along with certifying, as is statutorily required, that when they participate in an executive session or closed session of the Board of Education, that they will not in any way share information disclosed or discussed during those closed sessions or executive sessions of the Board of Education. So these certifications are statutorily required, and the requirement for confidentiality is a statutory obligation. So with that, we ask that you certify by signing on the certificates.
Thank you. So I think we're at the point of the meeting where we have concluded the organizational portion, and we are scheduled to go into a 20-minute break or recess. We're about 20 minutes behind on the schedule right now. Are we? Okay. Okay, perfect. So we still feel 20 minutes is adequate for the recess? Okay. So at this time, we'll take a 20-minute recess. Staff will prepare the room for the next portion of the meeting. Directors, please use this time to take your official photo. We'll meet up by the cafe for the official photograph of the board. And also, please feel free to briefly visit with any of your guests here this evening. And when we reconvene, we'll go back into our work session portion of the meeting. Thank you. session part of our agenda where it's a more casual setup for us to have conversation, and we won't be taking any action items during this section. The first item we have is board duties and responsibilities with a 15-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A. General Counsel Klemesh will kick us off with the presentation.
Thank you, President Meek. This evening I'm going to share with you some, but not of course all, of your obligations and responsibilities as a board, particularly as delineated in the district's policies. As you probably know, our policies are posted online, and Section B of those policies really are directed to the conduct, the responsibilities, and the obligations of this Board of Education. And I'm going to take you through those policies which I think are most important for you to focus on at the start of the formation of a new Board of Education. The first policy that I want to talk about is Board Policy BC. That policy addresses school board member conduct. And the policies, as you read through those B policies, and I'd suggest to all of you, and it was a good reminder for me to read through them again as I prepared for the presentation this evening, to remind us of the expectations and our responsibilities, or as your responsibility as board members. The policy BC really addresses board member conduct with respect to conflict of interest and financial connections you might have if you do business with a company that does business with the district, for example, or if you're voting on something, in fact, impact you financially or personally in some way. That policy provides that board members should not, first of all, disclose or use confidential information, and you receiving confidential information related to your role as board members, which in some way could substantially further your own personal financial interests. Secondly, you should not accept a gift of substantial value which would tend to improperly influence a reasonable person in the position to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of your duties as a board member. So these are pretty kind of obvious things when you think about them, but it's a reminder to you to be thinking about whether or not there might be a financial interest when you're voting on approving contracts, and you'll be voting on large contracts in your role as board members. You should not engage in a substantial financial transaction for your own members' private business purposes if you're engaging in that transaction or approving a transaction as a board member. And it also prescribes that you cannot perform an official act which directly or substantially confers an economic benefit tantamount to a gift of substantial value on a business or other undertaking in which you have a substantial financial interest. So in most cases, these issues do not come up, but this is a reminder to all of you that there is always the potential for a board member to have an economic interest, or potentially to have an economic interest in matters that you might be voting on. And you also have the authority to recuse yourself from voting on those matters in the event that you do. I also want to remind you that there's two areas that address, or two kinds of policies that address board conduct. One are the B policies, the ones we're moving through at this time, but there also is the Board of Education Policy Governance Book. And I just direct you to read through Board Members' Code of Conduct at GP 1.8, which also addresses Code of Conduct. Moving on next to Board Policy BCAE1, this is the Code of Ethics for board members. And this policy provides, most importantly, it's your responsibility as board members to attend all regularly scheduled board meetings as much as you possibly can. and to become informed concerning the issues to be considered at those meetings. So that's why agendas are sent out a number of days ahead of the board meeting so you can review and prepare for the board meetings in advance. You should recognize that policy decisions are made by the board only after full discussion at publicly held meetings. And finally, I want to point out that board members should exhibit the shared values through decision-making and actions equitably, with openness, with honesty, servant leadership, and unity of purpose. And I didn't make those last descriptors up. Those come directly from Board Policy BCA E1. And thank you, Aaron, for advancing my slides here. Board Policy EC1 also provides that board members should encourage free expression of opinion by all board members and seek systematic communications between board members and students, staff, parents, guardians, and all elements of the community. Next, you should render decisions based on the available facts and independent judgment and refuse to surrender that judgment to individuals, special interest groups, or political affiliations. You should be mindful of serving as an ambassador of the Douglas County School District when you interact with others. BCE 1 also, next slide, work with other board members to establish effective board policies and to delegate authority for the administration of the schools to the superintendent. And I want to point out that our system of governance in the Douglas County School District is a policy governance. And many of the policies that are considered district policies have been delegated to the superintendent. And those policies are designated in our policy book as superintendent file policies. They are district policies, and the authority has been delegated by the Board of Education to the superintendent. If you look at policy BGE, there's a listing of policies in which it designates to our superintendent all of those, or identifies all those policies which have been designated to the delegated to the superintendent with her authority to implement, to pass, to revise, essentially gives her the authority to administer in those particular areas. The board members should stay informed about current educational issues by individual study and through participation in programs providing needing information. And for those of you attending CASB in the upcoming weeks, that will be an opportunity for you to meet one of those responsibilities and obligations. Finally, BCE2 identifies operating norms for school board members. These are also very important obligations and responsibilities. How should you operate when you're working as a body organized to lead the district? Board Policy BCAE2 establishes guidelines so that board members ensure board meetings are effective and productive. Those guidelines include, first, you should speak up if straying from the agenda or board norms are being violated. Next, you should start and stop on time. If the board has reached the allotted time on an agenda item, the board should decide whether to extend the time, table the item, or take other action related to the agenda item. Again, these are board policies. I'm just identifying the bulleted items that have been identified as important. Next, you should endeavor to avoid surprises during meetings by submitting any questions, when possible, to the superintendent no later than by noon the day prior to a Board of Education meeting. I can't tell you how much I would appreciate it, and I know my fellow cabinet members would appreciate it, if board members would submit questions they have on agenda items to the superintendent so we have a heads up if they're going to be asked at a board meeting. So we certainly thank you in advance for that, direct you to this policy as a reminder of that. Next, this is an item that Superintendent Kane has stressed is very important for all of our staff, and that's that we should assume or presume positive intent. Next, the school board members should be respectful, open, direct, and transparent in communications, especially when dealing with difficult, sensitive, or controversial matters, including when addressing the media. The next bullet identifies that board members should consider whether feedback should be provided in an open environment or at an open public meeting, or whether it would be more appropriate to have a one-on-one discussion with your superintendent regarding a particular matter. Next, the productiveness of board members or operating norms identifies that you should respect and seek to understand opposing views while modeling civil conversation. And finally, this board policy identifies that board members should conduct all meetings and reporting. Obviously, this is one that I think is very important, consistent with Colorado law. So that is policy BCAE2. You might want to post that on your refrigerator if you think you might forget, but I think it's helpful guidance for all of us. Board policy BE addresses school board meetings. School board meetings, it's important for us to understand that any time there is a meeting of 3 or more members of the board at which any public business is discussed or formal action may be taken, that must be open to the public at all times. That is consistent with the Open Meetings Act, and we work very hard and carefully to ensure that all of our meetings are posted, properly identified, and agendas are constructed so that there is compliance under the Open Meetings Act. All meetings must be noted and minutes taken and recorded as required by law. Our Assistant Secretary, Shauna Manitokan, works very hard to assure that's done, and you'll be reviewing the minutes and taking action on those to approve them, and they are then posted. No business may be conducted or action taken unless a quorum is present, and a quorum for purposes of this board is 4 members of the board. Simple majority of members serving on. I also just want to add that conduct and discussions among board members should be held always thinking and being cognizant of your obligations under the Open Meetings Law, the Open Meetings Act. Rules of order. Board policy BED identifies rules of order. This is how discussion should occur in a board meeting. So this board policy establishes the rules of order should be governed by Robert's Rules of Order, and if it's not covered by Robert's Rules, the board president will decide how to proceed. They also identify in that policy some commonly used actions for rules of order, including how motions should be called, friendly amendments, how you amend, points of order, calling the question, postponement, etc. I would just encourage you to take a look at board file BEDD related to rules of order. The next obligation and responsibility of this board relates to a voting method. And a couple years ago, I think it was Director Meek who pointed out to me that there is an order under state law with respect to how roll call is called for purposes of voting on motions. And that's always by alphabetical order. And additionally, our policy provides that all voting shall be done by roll call, not only alphabetically, but you vote A if you're voting yes, and no if you're voting no. It's not nay, it's no. So policy dictates how that's supposed to be done. To pass, any motion must be approved by a majority, unless, and there are certain circumstances which will occur later this evening, where there may need to be a 2/3 vote in order to move or pass a particular item, and that occurs when you move to go into executive session. There needs to be a 2/3 majority.
so sorry to interrupt. I think I just wanted to give you a time check, just maybe
Okay.
5 more minutes, and I know we still have the K policies. but-
Okay,
but
I will
just a
I'll
time
quickly
check.
go through that. Thank you very much. Finally, we're getting to the K policies. Thank you, President Meek. I just wanted to point out under policy KB that we have a parent and family engagement policy. Stresses the importance, shared responsibility, and partnership between the board and our family, schools, and community. And then finally, we move to policy KE, concerns and complaints. There are times when community members bring concerns and complaints to individual members of the Board of Education. Board policy KE provides that when a complaint is made directly to an individual member of a board, the board shall refer that person making the complaint to the appropriate point in the channel. And in this instance, if it is made to the board, typically that complaint should be directed to our superintendent, who directs it to the appropriate individual within the school district who is closest to the complaint as possible. Board policy AKE also identifies many of the other policies which identify how concerns and complaints can be brought to the school district, including policy ACR1 and ACR2, which address discrimination complaints, procedures, policy JKD and JKE-R, procedures for suspension and expulsion of students, and then public complaints regarding learning resources are found at superintendent file KEC-R. That is not an exhaustive list. There is an exhaustive list which includes a significant number of policies. I believe there's at least 10 policies which address complaints for specific reasons, which can be brought to in various ways to the district to allege certain concerns individuals may have related to the operation of the district. So with that, I'm concluding my general overview of obligations and responsibilities, and obviously welcome you all to a very important role. And I'm happy to take questions. Again, noon, the day before the board meeting, I didn't know, I just want to pass that reminder along because we do appreciate that.
So I will open it up for any questions that anyone has. Director Thompson?
Easy one. I know we discussed it a little bit at the last meeting. The policy BGE, just since it was mentioned tonight. Wait, nope, wrong policy. The one with the delegation. Yeah, I did say it right, okay. So for BGE, I know that it was discussed at the last meeting that that's something that we may update on an annual basis to reflect new policies that have been passed, just to make sure that it's captured within that document. And so I would assume that it's on the schedule for staff to request it for agenda planning. And I just, since we're talking about it, I just wanted to maybe one of the revisions to the document could include that it's updated annually. That might be helpful, just because then it's really transparent. Like, it not necessarily happens every time a new policy comes in, or biannually, or whatever we think is an appropriate framework. That's it.
Thank you for that suggestion. I think that is a good suggestion because we are working very hard to organize our policies in a way that we can refresh as appropriate, because we are throughout the year updating policies as necessary, sometimes as a result of a change in law, and there may be other reasons that come as a recommendation from the superintendent to staff, etc. So thank you, that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, plus, and I also just have a heavy preference for it just because I like this document because it's an easy way to quickly look up a title. So it's easier for me than the website, so thank you.
Other questions, comments?
Just a quick one. So the conflict of interest policy is concerned with financials. Is there a recusal policy on top of that that doesn't deal with financials, like friends in the district, those sorts of things? I just want to know if you know. I know I didn't.
Yeah.
ask this.
There is a
before-
policy that addresses recusals, and obviously, if you have a direct interest, I think typically you explain to the board at the time the reason why a board member may believe they should be recused from voting on a particular item. And there is very specific board policy, and it may be in policy BE related to, or the very first one, BC, related to board conduct. But there, you can recuse for reasons other than financial reasons. Obviously, you may have a personal relationship or some kind of interest that may, in fact, in your own personal opinion, impact your ability to feel you could be impartial or fully meet your obligations as a board member to vote on a particular matter being brought forward to the Board of Education. But it is clearly, when I review the recusal policy or that recusal provision, it clearly is considered to be an exception that shouldn't be used broadly.
I was just wondering if we could, I know our retreat is coming up, and there were two things that I'd like to talk more about at the retreat. One was BCAE1, encourage free expression of opinion by all board members and seek systematic communications between board and students, staff, parents, guardians, and all elements of the community. I'd like to talk more about how social media kind of ties with that, and maybe just talking about what expectations are when it comes to social media as a board. I think it would be too long to talk about now, but I was curious, maybe in the future or at the retreat, we could all talk about what that looks like and what, yeah.
Thank you, Director Parker.
Yeah.
I think this is a perfect time to flag items for the retreat. This is a really high-level conversation right now, but if there are certain areas, I know I've heard the Colorado open meeting laws is being flagged, communication channels, being flagged. The one thing I did want to say, like the B policies that we were just looking at, those are consistent across all boards all over Colorado. And as Ms. Clemish mentioned, there's also our policy governance policies, which is kind of our own added layer of how we work as a board. So B policies describe how we work as a board. And as a board with our governance system, we actually self-evaluate ourselves on how we operate. We don't evaluate the B policies, we evaluate using our policy governance policies. And so we'll kind of delve into some of that a little bit more at the retreat so it makes sense. But sometimes it's confusing because there's like 2 levels of policies.
Yeah.
Director Thompson, and then, I'm sorry, Director Densler, you're next.
Just to add on the point, so we did develop a communication plan when Director Geiger and I were first elected and during the election of your second term. And so I think that would be a helpful document to share. I don't think it's posted on the website. And it also helps with those types of conversations as well.
I added that to the list, thank you. Director Densler, did you have something?
And obviously we can table this for another time, but I want to be clear that I do work for an education publisher. I've asked them to not assign me to any Colorado RFPs, but of course, were my company to submit some sort of curriculum RFP, I would recuse myself from that. So if there's any formality that needs to be done around that, I would be happy to engage with that. I just wanted to make a record of that.
Thank you for that, and we'll work with you if an issue comes up. Thank you.
I have one more thing. The board policy KE, concerns and complaints. I would like to discuss this further at a retreat. When we were elected, we already got emails about people wanting us to do things and complaints, and I want to make sure that we're thoughtful and intentional and diligent. And so if we can talk more about like it sounds like it goes to the superintendent, but just more of a flow chart, or because they're like, well, we talked to this person, you're new, we now want to talk to you. And I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and have all on the same page about that, especially if I'm secretary, like what I respond. I'm just, yeah.
That sounds like a great idea. I added that to our list as well. With that, I think we're at time unless there are any other burning questions. And again, we'll talk about the retreat at the very end, but that will be our opportunity to really dive deeper into these issues and other training issues. So I see no further questions. I'm going to move us along to our next item. So we have the student advisory group here. The leadership is here tonight. I'd like to go ahead and invite them down here to the table. The adult leaders as well from SAG, Mr. Woodicus, please feel free to come on down. Just to set the stage, this next item is basically our continued collaboration with the Student Advisory Group, or SAG. As board directors, one of our most important responsibilities is to listen directly to students about their experiences, their challenges, and their ideas for improving our schools. And yes, please, cabinet members that were able to attend the recent roundtable conversation, I'm glad you're joining. This is just a great opportunity for us to reconvene. We can talk a little bit about our reflections from that time together, but also talk about looking forward. And we know there's a second roundtable that is scheduled for April, and we know traditionally, there are presentations to the board based on subgroup conversations, and so this just gives us an opportunity for everyone to have an informal conversation. So I'm really excited that we're able to make this happen tonight. We have about 30 minutes to have this dialogue. Our goal isn't to revisit every issue that was discussed. There is an analysis document that was shared where all of the board directors who did attend shared what they heard, and it was compiled by me in a way to try to show how policy is the role of the board, not setting operations and programs, and that's something that I know we talk about a lot at SAG. And so with that, maybe we just start with some quick introductions around the table so everyone can know your name and your role as it relates to participating in this conversation. So does anyone want to volunteer to go first, and then we'll go around the table? Got 30 minutes, so let's not jump in, I know. So just name and your role.
Hi everyone, I'm Heidi Marlin and I am the Senior Co-President of Student Advisory Group.
Hi everyone, my name is Mark Durden and I'm one of the junior officers of the Student Advisory Group.
Hello everyone, my name is Caitlin Garcia and I'm one of the co-presidents of the Student Advisory Group.
Hey guys, Brad Whittakis, Assistant Director, District Athletics Activities and Student Leadership, and I get the privilege of working with these guys on SAG.
And I'm Mark Blair, I'm the Chief Technology Officer. I'm also the Cabinet Liaison to this amazing group, and we have a lot of fun every time.
Hi, I'm Jackie Millay. I'm the Chief Operations Officer and had the privilege of joining you guys, I don't know, a couple weeks ago to have the dialogue.
Hi, good evening, Mary Clemish. I'm General Counsel, and I too was pleased to participate in the dialogue with SAG.
Hi, Steve Colella, Chief of Staff, and I was there as well. As always, a great conversation with you all. Really thoughtful group.
Good evening. I'm Danny Windsor, Assistant Superintendent, and very fortunate to get to support all of our schools.
Matt Reynolds, Chief Learning Services Officer.
Danelle Hyatt, Deputy Superintendent, and I had the opportunity to join you at both your October meeting as well as your November meeting.
Erin Kane, Superintendent, and I'm super sad that I missed your roundtable, but I was on an airplane somewhere, but I was thinking about you.
Hello again. I'm Brad Geiger. I'm Director, District C, and I, along with Danelle Hyatt, was really interested to hear what all of you people had to say.
My name is Kelly Densler. I'm the Director for District G, and I had the pleasure of talking with students with Mr. Colella.
I am Clark Callahan, Director of District E.
So I'm Susan Meek, Director, District A, and I've had the pleasure of being the board liaison to this group for the past 2 years, and so excited to be able to have this conversation tonight.
I'm Kirzia Parker. It is so nice to meet all of you. I don't believe I've met you guys, except for Mr. Whittakis, who is my 8th grade health teacher. So hello, it's nice to see you again. But I'm really looking forward to hearing the students' perspective. This is awesome, and I'm so glad.
And Tony Ryan, Director, District D. I was also there with you guys. Mr. Whittakis was also my health teacher. So.
Watch out, guys. Watch out. It's going to be you.
All right, Valerie Thompson, District F, so I'm in Parker, and he was not my teacher in high school.
I've got to get used to this microphone. So as you guys think about this event that we held, where there were 5 groups, subgroups, maybe actually if one of the student leaders wants to explain how it was structured and how the questions were kind of laid out, that might be really helpful because not everyone was there. So if you could just bring us back to what the round table looked like and how it was structured, then we'll kind of jump into some reflections.
Yeah, so we had 5 tables, as Director Meek said. Each table had about 5 students, and each table had a specific topic. So one was AI and technology, growth, equity, and environmental impact, school safety and security, and mental health. And then we had one general table just for things students may want to discuss. And we rotated in a clockwise fashion for adults and counterclockwise fashion for students, so everyone got a fair share to meet and talk to each person. And we had a really great night, had a lot of great input shared, and it overall had a great turnout. So, yeah.
So as you think back to the roundtable, what words or phrases kind of stood out to those of us that were there? So this is just popcorn, if anyone wants to share anything that kind of stands out to you from that conversation. So for me, what stood out really was the level of engagement. Like at every single table and every rotation, everyone was fully engaged and participating, and that's one thing that just really sticks out to me from that experience.
I agree. The student engagement was amazing. I was really appreciative of how open students were with us. You guys also were very respectful of each other when it came to sharing ideas and thoughts and questions, taking turns with each other and giving each other a chance to speak. So I found it really insightful and helpful, and also keeping us on track with the rules. So my partner and I missed one of the most obvious rules. I don't know how it happened. I've been there for all the planning, but I was just so excited to talk to you guys. But students kept us on track, and that's greatly appreciated because we accomplished our goal across topics.
And I think I've said this before, but after running a campaign that was all about like what adults think about the district and what adults want for the district and what adults envision for the district, it was just refreshing to be in contact with our most important stakeholder. And I'm just always reminded that our students have so much wisdom. Our students know the why behind their asks. And I think the students are just such an invaluable resource to us. So it was just so refreshing to hear again from the most important stakeholder. I'm so grateful for everything that you guys do.
What struck me is that you're worried about a lot of the same stuff we're worried about. When I ask about AI when we're trying to do a policy, I got really good answers because you guys have clearly thought about it. Obviously, the cell phone policy is going to get a lot more discussion. I'm looking for a lot more information from students on that because you are on the ground making those decisions. I noticed that every high school student thinks an elementary school student shouldn't have a phone and has some questions about middle school students. But particularly on those issues, I was very struck, and we had really productive conversations, I think, about how those policies are going to work and how that's going to go. I thought the students that I talked to, particularly as to AI and the fears, were extraordinarily well enunciated. This was not a setup to get a lot of compliments for the district. Kind of focused on what's missing, but I did hear a lot of good things about the district, and I wanted to emphasize that. I appreciated you talking to us about what was good. But I hope that we can continue to hear more from SAG, particularly as we work on our cell phone and AI policies. There were also really interesting when you ask about environment and you get 4 different definitions of that word at the same table. You guys are thinking about stuff in very adult ways. One of the things that I took away from it is in 3 or 4 tables, we talked about peer-to-peer counseling, that there is a need for more assistance from our peers and that kind of thing, and I think that's another policy that I'm going to be pressing to address and see what we can do to encourage that. So I appreciate that information as well.
I think to the point of this was structured in a way that led to a lot more critical feedback than complimentary feedback. I think the bravery that it takes to be a student in the district and come forward to the people who are making those decisions and say, here's the things that we don't like about what is happening right now, that you should be commended for that. It does take a lot of bravery to stand up and do that. So thank you for that.
For our student leaders, was there anything that you heard that was surprising or you really want to elevate and make sure that the board is aware of?
Yeah, I want to start off by saying if you want to get on my good side, make sure to do a snow day tomorrow.
Chief Operating Officer. Depends on what you say, sir.
Way to go, Mark. Just kidding. I did want to just say for the roundtables, I think it was really good to see students come together. A lot of people were able to talk about really specific situations, and they all could relate to these specific situations. And I think just from a student perspective, it was good to see people just come together and share these ideas, and not only bring them to board members and cabinet members, but they'll also be able to bring them back to their student governments and to their sports and activities. And I just, from a student perspective, would love to continue to see more peer-to-peer communication like this. So, thank you.
So kind of what I noticed is how beneficial a different perspective can be is board members don't really see what students see. Like, you look at policy, but that doesn't really, you don't get the full picture of what students experience. And I really think that's the value behind these roundtables, is you get to hear these student voices and you get to understand what they go through day by day and how your policies affect them, either benefit them or impact them in a negative way. And I feel like that's really beneficial, that these roundtables have the ability to do that.
Could I just one of the things that I noticed was there seemed to be a concentration from 2 specific high schools. And from my perspective, there didn't seem to be as much diversity from the high schools. And I started asking some questions about that. Is there a way, because we want to hear what you have to say, and I think it's important to hear from everybody. And one of the things I would be curious about is how can we engage more. I asked, at points that the group was much, much higher number of kiddos, young folks, whatever, participating. So to me, I love the honest dialogue that we were able to have, and I just was curious about the opportunity to bring more voices to the table.
Yeah, so as leaders this year, we worked to engage more high schools by creating a social media account And we made a video over the summer to really like bring in more student voice. So we're really working to get more student voice, but yes, that's gonna.
Yeah, I wasn't, I just was like, I would,
Oh.
we would love to partner with you to help.
To
with that.
help.
And I think that is something, I think the more robust diversity you can bring to that.
I completely
organization,
agree.
I think, kind of like you were talking about, points of view.
And I feel like it's really just getting information out about what student advisory group is because I feel like it was very underground, if that makes sense, before these past couple years. Like before last year and before I joined, I really had no idea what student advisory group is. And I think students really just need to be aware of the opportunities that they have to join this group. And I feel like that will really increase student engagement. Yeah.
I know Heidi and I talked to activity directors across the district over the summer just to really improve that engagement, and I think it really falls to the individual schools advertising it. I know Ponderosa has a pretty good concentration in student advisory group because our activity director, Ms. Garcia, is so great about advertising that and showing how much of an impact student voice has on that board policy decisions being made. So I think just emphasizing that throughout every school and having the activities directors or the promoters of this program just really honing in on bringing student voices in.
Ms. Millie, I think that's a really good point. Like the SAG is meant to be a representative student voice, and you know, maybe it is worth trying to strategize, you know, how can we, you know, effectively get out there and do something, or find out maybe why people aren't participating that participated last year. So that was something we were brainstorming about a little bit as well. But as you all know, when we talk, you know, I'm always like, I always care what each and every student says, and you're here to represent like others too, right? And so we always talk about that when we have engagements and everything. I'm wondering if there are any issues of concern that anyone would want to bring up. And the one thing that I just want to flag is it felt like students felt like their input didn't really matter to the board. Like they weren't sure, let me read it right. They do not know whether SAG input influences board decisions. And so I think that's a really important concern. And I don't know if we want to dig into that a little bit more, like what can we do to ensure that SAG feels like the board is hearing and their voices are influencing us?
I know from a student perspective, that was a really big issue last year whenever we did the presentations to the board at the end of the year, just because after all the presentations were completed and presented, we didn't really see the outcome of any of that work that we put in. So I think this roundtable and future ones, if we decide to host them, were really impactful in that way because students get to hear that dialogue. We get to see that we are working on peer counseling. We hear that our ideas are valuable and that everything is getting heard and not just like we're talking with the board rather than talking to the board with the presentations, which I think we were also kind of wondering, and we wanted board input on how we wanted to do that end of the year presentation, if we wanted to transform that into a roundtable just so it's more conversational rather than presentation. And I think it would be a great idea if students still do all their research and get all their ideas formatted into a presentation, but really getting the feedback from you guys rather than just presenting it and then leaving that for a next year issue, especially for seniors who are leaving if they don't get to see the value of the work that they put in and the outcome that that leads to.
Caitlin, that's really helpful to hear. And if we think about the cycle of how we have those presentations, they usually happen in April at the very end of the school year for students, and then students are checked out, and there really is a gap of time that occurs. And so I know doing the roundtable conversation was an attempt to have more interactive two-way dialogue, and it seemed like it generated a lot of really positive energy when we did this. So I'm kind of curious what you think for next steps, given that you thought about doing 2 roundtables, right? So there would be another one in April. So have you guys had a chance to think about the structure of how those content subgroup areas might take what has happened right now and then move it to the next group of roundtables in April?
Yeah, I think something really big that we'll be focusing on is, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have the 4 subgroups, and we have 4 leaders, one of which is not here tonight, but we'll all be managing each of the subgroups. And I think it would be really good to take what the students say and not to change it, but to like translate it the best we can into, like you said, specific policies and not programs, the best we can. So that they're all prepared and ready to go for when we discuss that at the roundtables, and that it's really strong and well structured beforehand.
Go ahead.
And another thing, just to add on to what Mark was saying, is we're really going to reinforce the idea that we're highlighting issues versus like trying to come up with a solution, because I know that's not quite possible for the board to accomplish. So we're really going to like make students aware that that is what we're doing.
So one of the things I think we heard also was maybe just a lack of awareness of opportunities. I know SAG a couple of years ago when the CTE program was starting at Legacy here, and we were doing our roundtables with high school students as well, there was a lack of awareness, and I think there was a lot of education that went into that, and that helped. So I'm wondering if it's really helpful to bring in district personnel to work with those different groups to ensure that you guys have all the information, or you can request additional information. And I don't know if there's any thoughts from others on that. Yes, Ms. Hyatt.
So I know that in the world that I have a lot of leadership responsibility, including safety and security, mental health, counseling, and so forth, that there are times where the directors that work with me, they will meet with SAG and subgroups to have more direct conversations around what's currently happening in this regard and some opportunities for continued improvements, and we welcome that opportunity because I think that that can be highly beneficial in getting kind of the student voice really at the director and other level to be able to take more direct action. I also do think there's an opportunity for us to share some of the other perspective to our students in terms of kind of some of the challenges with some of the recommendations and so forth. And that's a healthy dynamic, right, to be able to kind of engage in that learning opportunity together. And so I would really welcome that opportunity as much as we can moving forward, because I think there's a great benefit of that in working with you guys collaboratively.
I will say that there is one specific policy that we are working on to have next spring, and that's the cell phone policy. And I think that we need to make a conscious plan to have your direct feedback on the draft of that policy. I think, we're trying to get it broader from across the district, but I would urge the district, I would urge the board to have some time to engage directly with SAG about that policy once it's written, so you'll know what we're looking at and how it might work.
I wasn't at the roundtable, so I apologize. But I hear the one thing I wanted to point out is the desire role in evaluating policy implementation, and I think Brad just talked about that. Or Director Geiger, sorry. Okay, I'm learning. It's my first day. But I'm curious about, since the board is responsible for policy, what would that look like? What are your expectations having a role in evaluating policy implementation? Because I want you to have that role, but I'm curious what that looks like or what your expectations or hopes would be.
I know that idea is something that the student advisory group has struggled with in previous years, where students will focus more on like direct issues and then propose solutions for that, which is great feedback to hear and see how a student would deal with that. But we realize that you guys aren't setting up programs, you're implementing policy and changing policy. So I think to really focus on that, this document that Director Meek has created with additions that we can make to already address policies that are already in place, or just pointing out that they are already, the issues that they are concerned about are already addressed in some of those policies, are already noticed. And I just think this document is like beautiful because of how valuable it is in that aspect of just seeing how we can transform policy, propose new ones, or kind of just amend what's already made, and if it's not already made, then proposing those.
If I might add to that, I think when we get to our monitoring of policies, like if we can work with the students, there might be key metrics that they might be able to help us identify. So then we can show this is what our counselor ratio is. And when we look to see how does that compare to neighboring districts, and because we're working with limited resources, like there's limited resources to run a district. And so from our board perspective, our role is the monitoring of those policies. And I think if we can get the students to kind of help us understand, are we looking at the right metrics to really get at what the concerns are that they're elevating. That would just be one other area.
So I heard what you said about how, it's understanding that this is about providing feedback about the student experience, right? So what does policy look like in practice instead of, making suggestions that falls under operations and not the purview of the board. And I agree. However, I do think it's an important skill set, and it's something that the STAG has already demonstrated that they have, is that whenever we're presenting problems, right, it does feel natural or healthy to say, hey, there are ideas for solutions. So I don't know about like completely chopping off the ideas or discouraging ideas, just the understanding that, what's in the scope of the board, but perhaps those ideas are helpful. Perhaps one school, so one thing I got from this meeting was, or the roundtable discussions was, depending on what school you're at, you have different experiences, different programs are in place, different types of teachers, et cetera. And so, if one student is experiencing it, that's a program or something that's successful, right? And another student has a different experience. I do think that that's still helpful feedback. It doesn't mean that it necessarily will change anything, but I think staff appreciates that feedback. Like, hey, that's working really well here, and their experience is vastly different than the next student's experience. So I do want to just make sure that we still want to hear those ideas, what's working, right? Not discouraging problem solving, because that is such an important skill set. So.
Thank you, Director Thompson. So we actually have just about 4 minutes left, and I know we have one burning question, which is around student presentations. Okay, I wanted to have a clear answer on what our next steps are, and that really is a board conversation. But first I'd like to hear from the students. So the switch up this year has been, we're gonna do 2 roundtable interactive conversations. What was kind of up in the air is, are we still gonna have student presentations? And so I'd just love to hear from the students what your perspective is on this, and then we can all kind of land on an answer.
So I definitely see the benefits to both, whereas presentations feel very structured and formal, and it gives us like a solid goal to work towards that students can put like their efforts towards, whereas like a roundtable discussion might have more benefit because yes, it is more conversational, and we do have the opportunity to hear board members' feedback, which is very beneficial. But honestly, I do feel like the roundtables would benefit us better just because we do have the opportunity to have feedback.
Yeah, I also think that the roundtables would be better just because it's that one-to-one interaction, and if maybe a board member disagrees with something that a student thinks, they'd be able to actually talk to them about it and have that interaction. And I think that would be better at roundtables.
I think we could almost combine the two ideas, because I know last year we had the students create that presentation for the end of the year over the course of the meetings of SAG. And so I think if we still wanted to keep that goal and keep that research and keep that structure, just with keeping them on track and everything, I think that would be really great. But instead of having that big end of the year like presentation just to the members and just getting like a 5-minute Q&A, just incorporating that in the roundtable discussion would be really beneficial.
So Caitlin, am I hearing you suggest that perhaps the structure for the roundtable might be more of a like it's not everyone switching around, but maybe it's a topic and it's a presentation and then a conversation?
Yeah,
at
I
that.
think that would be
Is
really
that
beneficial
okay?
for feedback and getting it more conversational.
So I'd love to just kind of land on whether we all feel like this is a good idea. Board directors, are you feeling like that's a great approach?
Yes. Does that limit too much the conversation that you want to have with the board, to have it limited to the one topic and then be talking? Do you want more of what we had the last time, where it's, you know, we are limited to topics, we have suggested questions, but then it evolved from there? Or is a presentation, does that feel like a better way to capstone the year?
I definitely think the like select topics that we've set that subgroups up into would be beneficial, because it's hard to address everything in like an organized way. So I know the conversations at the roundtable were really beneficial whenever they went off track, but for the end of the year presentation, if we really want to get stuff done and students know that their opinions are being valued, I think it would be better to pinpoint that exact opinion that they're interested in, that they're passionate about, and getting that topic discussed. And I don't think it would limit the conversations that are being had. If there are further questions on the presentation that they present, then I think that would be awesome to address at that roundtable discussion. But I also think the presentations last year weren't super conversational, which is something that I wanted to change this year.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. I do like this idea, and I just keep thinking like I want this to be a win-win for our SAG as well. So what opportunities that we can provide that you guys can put on your CVs, like a formal presentation was created for the board in this role, right? So that's one more bullet that you can put under your SAG leadership role. And so I do like the idea of adding to that list of experiences that you guys get.
Great. Well, I think we're at time, but I want to make sure our student leaders feel like you have the direction that you need to move forward, and see if you have any questions of us as we wrap up. No? So we're all going to fight a little bit later tonight to see who gets to be the liaisons moving forward. And it has been such an honor to work with you guys over the past couple of years. So I'll be in that fight, maybe. So thank you all for being here tonight, and we really appreciate your voices. Thank you.
Will you be at Casby? Wonderful. Great.
All right. Thanks again. So I think we are going to move into our next item, DCSD Board of Education Legislative Priorities. It's scheduled for a 5-minute presentation and a 5-minute Q&A, which is really setting the stage for the next item, which is the update from the lobbyist. So with that, I believe Ms. Rausch will be presenting. Thank you. I'm looking over there. Thank you.
All right, we are getting ourselves settled, but.
Thank you.
So, given the structure, I don't know why that's looking like that, guys. I see that. It is on my computer too. Why? It's a good thing I just printed them. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not the problem. Google appears to be the problem. They were there when I was over there. Now they're gone. So, you do all have these slides. I've given you the longer, and it was an attachment to the agenda, the legislative priorities. These were set a year-ish ago and are similar to the ones that we had been using for the previous couple of years. Talking about them, I wanted to just run through the highlights for you so we can, if you've got questions, but I do want to do that quickly. But it's always grounded in our mission and vision. Well, there it is. Huh. Okay, great. So we do always use our mission and vision. Which does this one do? Thank you. And the legislative priorities were set previously with previous board ends. And so those are still got a little bit of a legacy there. But we start with honoring Colorado's local governance. We'll talk about that real quickly. But then the previous board ends were academic excellence, outstanding educators and staff, safe, positive culture and climate, collaborative parent, family, community relations, and financial well-being. So as we move forward, we talk about what that may look like with your current board ends and goals. So we always want to honor, we believe in honoring, and the board has said honoring Colorado's local governance. You'll see that quoted quite a bit, where we want to make sure that we have the ability to do what we know is best for Douglas County School District. Academic excellence, important to state standards and local control over how to deliver education. Support local control over public school choice, including charter school authorization. Support accountability and redesigning of the accountability system. Exclusive authorization authority of charter schools within DCSD. And fund all learners. You will see throughout that we're asking for funding when legislation is passed. Outstanding educators and staff. Additional pathways to licensure, that's been a theme at the Capitol for the last couple of years. We've appreciated that. Local control over pay systems and strategies to attract and retain employees. Oppose additional mandates concerning educator evaluation. Support elimination of mandates that overburden teachers. We're going to talk about that in a minute as well with our upcoming bills and a preview of the session. Safe, positive culture and climate. Funded legislative efforts developed and approved by school safety experts and law enforcement to promote safe and welcoming school environments. Legislation funding, promoting partnerships with law enforcement. Of course, we're so proud of that in our SROs. Incentive pathways, service providers, et cetera here. But again, a lot of this is just making sure that we have the control we need to do what is best here in Douglas County School District. Collaborative parent, family, and community relations. Efforts to facilitate partnerships with parents, educators, guardians, families, businesses, and community members. And then, of course, always recognizing that we all want to make sure that we are protecting privacy in student education records, financial well-being. This will be the main topic of upcoming bills in the upcoming session. Opposition to unfunded mandates. Those are all of the pieces of legislation that require us to do more, and there's no funding attached to that. Rescind existing mandates that do not serve students. We will be touching on that as well, something we're supportive of. Adequate and sustainable funding of voluntary full-day kindergarten and universal pre-K. We oppose, this was something that was put in last year. We oppose state funding cuts to K-12 education. But if they must do cuts. We support transparency and tracking through a budget stabilization factor. So that was a lot of conversation last year, and I don't know if you were watching that, but our returning board members certainly remember, if you're gonna cut, let's call it what it is. With that, sorry, we were hoping to have been able to talk to you yesterday a little bit on this, so this is a little bit shorter. But do you have questions on those priorities? Those are the overarching priorities and guidance that we use when we're looking at bills.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Just so the public knows, because I don't think I knew before kind of getting into this role. So if it's a priority, what does that look like for you in your job? Like, so if it's a priority, what does that mean?
Do you want? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. Basically, this is a guiding document created by the board for staff. So we use this guiding document when we're working with the lobbyist on what position we should take on a bill, et cetera. We would trace all of that to this, and should a bill come up that isn't somehow covered by the general principles laid out in this document, then that's where, we might come to the board and ask for a specific position. But generally, this gives staff a lot of guidance. So, unfunded mandates, that's pretty easy guidance. So it gives us a decent amount of guidance.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting to us
Sure.
tonight. I did have a question about how we proactively advocate for bills. So, for example, one of the ones brought up was elimination of outdated policy, right?
Yep.
Something that no longer is functional the way that it was
Yep.
initially intended, or maybe is no longer supported financially. So how do we, as a district, kind of proactively address those concerns?
So yeah, thank you for that. We last year we talked to you a little bit about the idea around getting rid of kindergarten readiness and the testing and the mandated plans for all of those kids. We've continued that conversation, and our lobbyists, who will also be touching on this in just a second, we have them both here with us. We'll be talking about what we've been doing, but we have been having conversations already with CDE, CDEC, early childhood, as well as the governor's office. And we'll continue on with stakeholder meetings that Jordan is leading on those. So this is the first time we will have been sponsoring a bill or requesting a bill, and that is quite a process, and it's a learning process, and it starts very early.
And then have any of the legislative priorities as currently written, are any of them difficult? Are there wording changes that might make the ability of your guys' work?
I have found them to be very helpful and very clear. And again, for the most part, they have been the overarching guidance for us. And often it'll be 2 or 3 that come for bills for us and in order to take a position. And then if it just outright harms Douglas County in particular, we're not going to be in support of that.
Just to add to an answer to your question, in addition to us pursuing, for example, kindergarten readiness and getting rid of the repeated regulation that's repeated in other laws, we also are looking at partnering with other districts on regulations around childcare and pre-K, and where those don't make sense with K-12. Like the playground is safe during the day, but at night, or after school, you can't be on that same playground because it has to be regulated by another agency. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking to create efficiencies for school districts to make our jobs easier and less expensive.
Director Densler?
And maybe this is a better question saved for our lobbyist, but what happens in the event that our sort of guiding principles are potentially at odds with another client's guiding principles? I know that our lobbyist has multiple parties that he represents.
I know the answer, but I'm going to let him do it. So I'm going to introduce our 2 lobbyists. We have Jason Hopper and Jordan Sanchez here, and I'll let Jason cover that.
Hi. Yeah, real close. Okay, wow. Hi, Jason Hopper. I'm one of the contract lobbyists, and while the contract is under my business, I have brought in additional help in the rare case that would happen, and frankly, I've been doing this now for 20 years. I've had 2 direct conflicts in those times. It's never been in K-12, actually. Well, it's been in K-12 with higher ed. I represent the community colleges as well. Those have been the 2 times in which I've had to basically, and as an attorney myself, just to be clear, most of my colleagues are not lawyers. But I am a licensed attorney in the state of Colorado as well, and I feel very strongly that if I have a direct conflict, my recourse is to work with both clients to make sure they have adequate representation that they are happy with, and I step out. Because that's what, in a legal context, you should do. That does not happen in the building, by and large, with my other colleagues, where, I've had multiple scenarios where, client X pays them more than client Y, and so they go with client X, right? And maybe they'll continue to represent client Y, maybe they won't. I don't find that to be a business practice that I want to do. I represent St. Vrain Valley School District, and Jordan helps me with that district as well. I also represent a couple of districts in El Paso County, Widefield, Harrison, Fountain Fort Carson, Manitou, Cheyenne Mountain. And, honestly, I've yet to find an issue where there's been a lack of alignment between any of you all on issues. Have we had lack of alignment with, say, Denver? Yes. Right, but not with those other districts. We tend to be very, very well aligned on policy issues and on budget issues. We'll get into it later, but DougCo is probably the most challenging as an outlier on budget issues than it is on any other issues at the Capitol, as far as you are unique in your demographics compared to other districts. Yes.
Yeah, and just to add, I agree with everything that Jason is saying. Just to add, Jason and I actively curate our clients on the front end to make sure that there aren't any conflicts on the back end. If those conflicts do occur, Jason has explained, yes, we'll step out. It starts very early on, however, right? The conversation with you all starts way before it gets to a point where the bill is introduced and it's on the floor, and it's our job is to know what is coming. We understand what's coming, inform you all very early on, and at no cost to you, we find representation for you that is adequate.
So we've kind of naturally moved into the next agenda item.
I think I'd like them to go ahead and start.
Which is
Perfect,
fine.
thank you.
So, and then we can, if there's still questions, we can keep those for the end.
Perfect.
So we have a 15-minute presentation and 15-minute Q&A. I don't know if you need 15 minutes for the presentation or not, but so essentially we have about 30 more minutes to talk through this, and I will turn it over to our lobbyists.
Great. Again, they're here. I also want to make sure we know we have brought Jana up, and we'll explain because she's been very heavily involved in conversations at the Capitol. And when we talk about kindergarten readiness, just so you know, Matt Reynolds has been critical in that process as well.
So while you all just went through an election, we're just gearing up at the Capitol to go through an election cycle. And as you might imagine, it changes the tone and tenor of the building every election year. We'll have a variety of senators up and all of the House members up. We're also in a scenario this year where we're going to have almost all of leadership leaving by a term limit. It's the only one who's going to be able to stay is Senator Coleman, who's the president of the Senate. Otherwise, the Senate Majority Leader, the Speaker, the House Majority Leader are all going to be term limited. We have new leadership on the Republican side in the House Minority Leader, Representative Caldwell, and in the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Simpson, who are all going to be in their first session as being leadership. We had both of those leaders leave after the last session, so you had resignations. We also have about 30% of the legislature that's now going to be filled with vacancy committee appointees. So a very small number of people who have elected those folks through vacancy committees, which you end up with a different kind of person, perhaps. Not always, but a lot more activists on either side of the party, depending on whether it doesn't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. If you look at how those members are elected, they're elected via vacancy committees that can be as small as 9 people. So that's going to be a factor. You also have a bunch of people running for higher office, quote unquote. whether that's in the JBC, we've got 3 members who are running for office, one running for governor, one running for treasurer, one running for state senate. So almost every JBC meeting now is a stump speech in some way for one of those members. We've got a variety of different changes coming in committees as well that we haven't fully seen yet. We're still waiting for some committee assignments and some changes there. I want to, real quick, just particularly for new members, we use a system called Fast Democracy. So on the process part of this, we will take off the old members and add you all to a distribution list that I think right now I have it set, I think it's weekly, to try and make sure that you get, it automatically pre-populates the bills that we've put in there, where they are in the process, if there's been any amendments, all of those things. So you can look at that and see, and we'll also put in there the position you've been told to take on those bills. You also look at our Secretary of State's page to see the bills that we disclose to the Secretary of State. And the reason I bring that up is there are some bills that we put on the monitor within the tracking sheet you'll get internally that might not be on the Secretary of State's page because we're just watching. We've put them into Fast Democracy in case there is an amendment or something else. They're not a high priority. They're not something that we're actively working. But we have a great deal of paranoia, right? So making sure that we're watching to see if there's any amendments or anything else that we didn't have to come back and say, no, I need you to relook at this bill because it was changed in some way that no one expected, or and that happens very rarely. But we watch all those things. I want to take you a little bit back, and then I'll let Jordan lives at the JBC. I just kind of go in and out over there. But I want to take you back to September when we had the last revenue forecast that forecasted that we, even though we were going to have conservative general fund growth, we are still projected to be anywhere between $800 and $1.2 billion short. And that is just going to continue year after year right now, particularly because of the growth of Medicaid. K-12 for the longest time was the #1 spending item in the legislature, and now it's #2 behind Medicaid. This coming session is going to be a lot of trying to figure out how to reduce the growth of Medicaid. We're not talking about even cuts per se. They're still talking about an increase in Medicaid expenditures, but it's not going to keep up with the growth. And with a variety of changes that's happened through the federal HR 1, we're seeing a variety of different changes at the Medicaid level that haven't even started to affect recipients yet. So those are all going to put additional pressure on the state budget there as well. I don't know if you want to talk about anything on the forecast before we...
No, I think that's a great overview, and then we can dive into school finance.
So I wanted to then hit the governor's proposed budget. I think the things to keep in mind there, he's using a $400 million budgeting tactic in the conversion of Pinnacle that is not clear that it's going to pass. And just for disclosure, Jordan and I both represent Pinnacle. They are the workers' comp provider. They have budget issues, business issues of their own right now, but there is definitely a political concern from a variety of different places about the governor's proposal to take $400 million from Pinnacle to help balance their budget. Why that's important is that we are in a scenario right now where we're not projected in 25-26 to have TABOR refunds. And there are several programs that are near and dear to a lot of legislators' hearts that are funded via TABOR refunds, whether that is the homestead exemption or the earned income tax credit. Those are all funded via the TABOR refunds. So if there's no TABOR refunds, there's additional pressure to find general fund to fund those. In a scenario where, and then I'll refer to Jordan on school finance a little bit as far as the briefing that we had today from the Department of Ed, but one of the things that we have been working very hard on your behalf is making sure that with the new school finance formula, you're not in a consistent decline in revenue. Under the way in which it was proposed and initially contemplated, because of your demographics, you would have been in a scenario where you were always losing revenue every year, ratcheting down as opposed to what we were able to negotiate, which is a 1% increase every year, which doesn't sound like much, but given the scenario that we were looking at otherwise, it is keeping your head above water. I think it's probably, you can tell me if you agree with that, but that was hard fought, with Superintendent Kane and Jana and everybody else trying to make sure that we're doing that, but that is something that we're going to have to zealously guard in the coming years. particularly as, you know, and Jana can talk about the smoothing factor and all those other things, but, you know, as they try to look at how we deal with averaging, that averaging could be just a backdoor cut, depending on how it's done.
So the Joint Budget Committee currently is, for those of you new to this process, at the state level, the state budget is basically set via one committee from 6 members. It's called the Joint Budget Committee. They receive the governor's budget proposal as well as all of the other independent elected officials' budget proposals November 1st, spend the months of November and December really getting into the weeds deep on the different funding policy questions before them. And then they'll do some reconfiguring of this current year budget in early January, and then set next year's budget 26-27 in February and early March. So right now they are currently in their phase of going through the governor's budget request. As Jason said, the governor's budget request came out in November, and it includes funding and implementation of the House Bill 24-1448 formula, so the formula that we had negotiated to get that base hold harmless increase of 1% year over year. The governor's budget included that to be implemented at 30%, but they are also including a pause in 27-28, and that is what they're projecting because there are larger challenges with solvency of the state education fund. State education fund and the general fund are the 2 main bodies that pay for school finance at the state level. When they implemented 1448, and Douglas County and Aaron were very loud in saying, you can't afford this to do this in 2024. They did it anyway. Here we are 3 years later, and they can't afford it. So we are in a scenario where we are likely to see some form of implementation as well as some form of looking for money in other places. And I think this comes to the point that Allison had pointed out in the additional direction that the board gave last year. If you're going to cut, make it transparent and make it a cut. I think what the legislature and the governor and their team are looking at are other ways to cut K-12 without re-implementing a budget stabilization factor. Some of those conversations are around averaging, some around the smoothing factor, some around pulling from other funding sources. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that everyone understands when you're saying averaging, like what that means, just a little bit of background.
Totally, yeah, sorry. So student averaging, so currently per pupil funding is calculated based off of a 5-year average of your highest pupil count. So you get to choose your highest pupil count over what previous to this year was 5 years. It went down to 4 years in House Bill 25-1320, which was School Finance Act last year. So and then there is a conversation about moving to 30% implementation of the funding formula and a 3-year averaging moving forward. So you will, of the 3 years, you will pick your highest out of those 3 years. I think what the legislature and what the conversations were in 1320 last year was the legislature would like to remove averaging altogether and just fund the kids that you have in your October count year over year. What we have been in discussions with, and Jana has been the vice chair of this committee at CASE to look at this, is to implement a to implement a smoothing factor to do the function. of what averaging would do.
So just to make sure that everyone's up to speed, so again, it's the we're funded based on how many pupils are in the district, right? So whatever that highest number look like over whatever the averaging amount of time is, that determines how much funds are going to come into the district. So if they remove the averaging factor, with us having a reduced student count year after year, that means a significant cut versus a more gradual, process of it decreasing. I know you have a better way to explain it, but that way at least we're all on the same page.
Thank you, Director Thompson. And I think the governor's budget tends to propose the elimination of averaging as a way to save money, right? So that's how it all
Again,
kind of.
I would probably describe that as a cut without saying so. And frankly, given one of your principles about let's have it be transparent, that has been one of the fights that we've had in the legislature to say if you're going to do something like that, actually to quantify it as opposed to just doing it and calling it, and then celebrating getting rid of the BS factor when you're actually just cutting somewhere else. And that was really the nature of the conversation last year. Now frankly, we could spend probably an hour just talking about the School Finance Act, and I'm sure we'll do that some other point. I'll try to be quick about the other bills so we can make sure that we have time for questions.
Yeah, I was going to say we have a couple minutes.
Sure.
And then we're.
So I'm gonna blast through these things to make sure we have questions, if that's okay. Given I think one of the themes of the legislature is going to be with our majorities, countering whatever the Trump administration is doing, and so we're going to see that in terms of 504, state compliance process, at a state level Office of Civil Rights. I will just highlight for you that I think the 504 bill is probably something that we can figure out how to make workable. Whether there's a fiscal note on it is something else that I can't say. The state level Office of Civil Rights is a little more complicated because it definitely is going to cost a lot of money to replicate that at the state level. We don't have a civil rights division that has nearly the amount of staffing that they would need to actually do that, and whether they put it in CD or something else, there's still going to be a cost to that. But that is something that we're monitoring as well. We are working on a bill for a different client on teacher evaluations and changing the teacher eval system, and are working with with AFT and CEA and with other groups to try to work through that. I'll just be very clear to say the governor's office doesn't like it much, so that's a different story altogether. And then we put on here streamlining early childhood licensing. That's a bill that's actually coming from Adams 12 that looks like it has a lot of promise, and that we're reviewing right now to see if there's any questions that we need to be asking. And with that, I'll just make sure we have time for questions, unless you have something else, Director Meek, you'd like us to go into.
No worries. I just want to add, because Douglas County is leading on the kindergarten readiness work, I wanted to make sure that we highlighted this. So conversations have been had around eliminating the kindergarten readiness assessment. That's not what we're doing at this point. We are trying to actually solve some real burdens for our teachers, and we're consolidating some planning that would be required for kindergarten teachers. Happy to go into the nitty-gritty details. Given the time that we have, I'm happy to take those questions offline as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to ask Director Geiger to give us his perspective as well on the process. So we have 4 new board members up here. It's like drinking from a fire hose and trying to understand what does the process look like at the board level for how we engage with the lobbyists and the legislative platform. And I do have a couple specific questions. Like, our legislative platform right now is aligned to our end statements that are out of date a couple of years now, I think. And so trying to identify, do we want to update those or leave them the way they are? And so I'd just love to hear your opinions on a couple of those things.
Okay, process-wise, last year I was chosen to liaise with Allison and through her to the lobbyists about ongoing bills, because things change on an incredibly consistent basis, and then try to bring to the board at meetings matters that were coming up, and also have some strategy decisions about what we got involved with and what we didn't. There were some bills that might not have met our legislative priorities, but we didn't get involved with because we were kind of didn't think that they were going to go anywhere, and it didn't make sense to go after that sponsor. It can be a very dynamic situation, and so I think somebody, one of the 7 of us, probably should continue to play that role and continue to do that situation. It requires you to be updated. Towards the end of the session, it feels like every 22 minutes. Yeah, because literally, for example, the trans rights bill changed on the floor on the last day. The other issue that we're going to have to address as a board that we didn't have time to address today that came up last year is to what extent should individual directors in their individual capacity be commenting on specific legislation. Last year, 4 directors decided to specifically comment on the trans rights bill about sections that ended up not being in the trans rights bill. And that became an issue, and we discussed it at length. So I think, as I believe that we probably need to put on some agenda this month, a review of our legislative priorities to concede, to make sure that they meet our ends, and then have one of us continue to liaise with Allison, with the lobbyists, and then to some extent there's a level of trust there about that, trusting that person that before you go charging in, you at least ask. But, you know, again, that's up to the board. There is nothing in our policies. Our policies say once we act, we don't, you know, once a decision has been made on a policy, we don't then criticize that policy. The question is, how far does that go on legislative priorities? And I think there are, as I put in my review of GP 1.8, it's a complicated question. But I think we need to address it at some point. But I also think, and I would appreciate if we could get a amendable copy of our legislative priorities so that people could do some ideas about it. And we will get further information from the lobbyists about what bills are coming, what's going on. I did want to ask a specific question. I have heard that ATF and some others are looking at a legislative referred referendum on school financing. And the best thing is always to have the people vote and put funding in the Constitution. It's complicated. But my understanding, what do you have any idea at this point is, do you think that such is likely?
Sure. I mean, we could spend another hour just talking about potential ballot measures, but you know, there are going to be a lot of ballot measures coming in 2026. You know, a lot of them will be designed to drive voters to the ballot for whatever, either side of the aisle. You know, yes, AFT and CEA are talking about a measure to debruce K-12. And for those of you who don't know what debrucing means, you know, it is basically asking voters to not count that revenue as part of the Tabor cap. So in this context, it would be basically taking about $5 billion off of the books and freeing that up for other spending in not K-12, but other spending in the state budget. That, you know, that seems to be something that is very high on the list of CEA and AFT. I know there's other proposals that would potentially send some money to K-12 that would rely on a progressive income tax passing. And then I'm sure there are more out there that we haven't heard of yet that are just waiting until the right time. You know, so you know, the filing deadlines are in March for ballot measures. But you know, if you are asking for a initiated measure, conservatively, it's going to cost you about $3 million to collect signatures to get it on the ballot.
So, Ms. Jordan, or I'm sorry, Ms. Sanchez and Mr. Hopfer, you work with various districts. Like, what does an effective-looking legislative platform format look like to you?
Well, I mean, I have a variety of districts that I've represented. I'm also the rural school in the past, and everybody does it differently. So it's really, you know, it's really up to either, I mean, frankly, this is the only district I meet with the board with any regularity whatsoever. I mean, everybody else is driven by their superintendent. So like, I talked about those Pikes Peak districts. I have a phone call once a week with every superintendent on, you know, all at one time, and we talk through the bills. We walk through, here's what it does, here's what it doesn't do. They've seen them already, but we walk through them, and then they tell me where they want to be as a group. With Save Rain, it's, you know, it's really, you know, the Allison equivalent there. right, who works with their superintendent and their board directly. So, I mean, I would just say, as far as for Jordan and I, it's, you know, you have your principles and your priorities. You know, it's incumbent upon us to know what those are. It's never going to be a word for word translation, right? I mean, it's just it's, as you know, Director Geiger said, it moves too fast sometimes for that. But you know, what we tried to highlight for Allison and for Aaron is, okay, here's where these constituencies are. Here's where these others are. Here's what, you know, certain legislators think about that. You know, and you know, to your point about some other bills, like, you know, is this coming from a legislator that we know is not going to pass a bill, right? We probably don't need to weigh in, even though you might hate it. You probably don't need to weigh in on it because it's not going to go anywhere. Or you might love it, but also it's not going to go anywhere. So again, let's talk about those things, and then really making priorities after that.
Yeah. So I would say I think that we, as a group, we found a really good balance last year when we did have a liaison from the board to liaison with us in terms of all the legislation. I think that helped the board feel like they were involved without bogging down the process so that we can't react in real time. So that was incredibly helpful. And my other suggestion, President Meek, would be that if the board does, and I certainly assume you will eventually redo the legislative priorities maybe to align with your current ends, that maybe be a project that applies to the next session, because realistically, I'm not sure that there is enough time between now and when session starts to redo the legislative platform. So that would be my advice.
And we are scheduled to meet with some of our legislative delegation December 15th for breakfast. And so essentially, I'm wondering what the board members feel like they need in order to walk into that meeting and feel comfortable and ready to participate. Director Thompson and then Director Denzel.
Actually, that was the question that I wanted to raise, is actually in relation to that. So earlier you mentioned the calendar, right? Like when they review the budget, you know, when we start seeing bills be introduced, when that cutoff looks like, I feel like having a general calendar would be helpful for the board for context, especially as we're thinking through timelines with legislative priorities if we were to revamp them. So anyway, so I just think a general calendar will help inform our processes.
Director Densler, I think I said your name.
No, you're good. I would just be interested in where I can learn more about some of these things that are coming down the pipeline. I'm, you know, as somebody who had to write 20 papers on SB 191 when I was getting my principal license, I'm really interested in, you know, proposed changes to teacher evaluation. So yeah, I think I would just love the opportunity to learn more about these things so I can converse a little more intelligently about them.
Yeah, thank you for that. You know, I would say it's a board decision on how you want to set up a liaison. I know for many committees you have 2 liaisons, so maybe that's something to consider for people who are really passionate about being involved kind of more in the details and learning more. For the purposes of next session, you know, we'll stay pretty high level because you won't be able to know all the details of averaging and smoothing, and that's an entire 2-day course. But hopefully it'll help with talking to the legislators, and I'm going to let Allison talk more about fast democracy.
Yeah, first of all, you do not need to go into anything, especially the 15th when we meet with our legislative delegation, and our cabinet will be there, and our lobbyists will be there as well. That's just a nice time for them to talk about what they're focusing on. It'll be all the Douglas County delegation, and what we're working on. And again, our kindergarten readiness bill will be part of that. You do not need to be experts in school finance, I promise. Don't let that hang you up. Yeah, the legislators are not. But Jason talked about fast democracy. It is a platform. It's what we use. That is what we sent to you last year. And it comes in, you can get a report. There's also a static link that will keep you updated. So as we add bills that we might just be watching. So we kind of have 4. We have a watching, we have a truly monitoring with the Secretary of State. We have, there's more, oppose, we support, and it might be an amend. It's complicated. But that system has a really nice format where you can go in and see who's sponsoring it, which legislators are attached to it, links to the bill, links to the history, where it started, I mean, just all the links. So I'll make sure you have that as we go into session as well. I'll be giving you, I'll make sure to get some sort of a
I think it
quick-
would be great
quick-
to have a little briefing
For sure.
document that explains that, and thank you for going into those details. That
Yeah.
tracking system is extremely helpful because, as you know, you get questions from constituents, and they'll say, what is your position on this? And so you have access, whether or not you're the liaison, to see what the bills are, and you can click on the bill, and you can dive in as deeply as you want to. But just having access to that information is really important, and I think what I'm hearing is we have that. It's just not set up yet, and it will be set up. Something else that I would highlight is, as elected officials, a lot of times board members are down at the Capitol, right? And they'll give testimony in support of a bill, and depending on where the board wants to go with that, that's an area that really excites some people. So there's all kinds of opportunities, and so our very next agenda item is our liaison assignments and kind of talking about some of these roles and responsibilities. So if it's an area of interest, we can fight over that a little bit later. So I think we have like 2 minutes left, and so I want to make sure. I see everyone's pointing. All right, Director Ryan.
This may be getting too far in the weeds, and tell me if it is. You say you represent Pinnacle. One of the ways that they're talking about trying to adjust the budget to avoid us losing funding on the K-12 is by cutting funding from a different client. How do you rectify that kind of conflict of interest where every client that you work with could possibly be a source for funding cuts that don't affect us?
Sure. It's not cutting $400 million for Pinnacle, to be clear. I mean, and the problem is not Pinnacle. The problem is AFL-CIO and the Workers' Comp Employee Association who are opposed to Pinnacle being disaffiliated. So I mean, just to be clear, I don't see a conflict with Pinnacle. The conflict is at the Capitol with interests who don't want what the governor has proposed. And so therefore, saying you have a $400 million additional potential hole that is not a guarantee that it's going to pass. I mean, frankly, if Pinnacle could, if that could pass in a way that was beneficial Pinnacle and help the budget, they'd be for that. But I'm just being realistic with you to say, I find the path very difficult in this legislature, with particularly AFL-CIO being vehemently opposed to it. So again, it's not a conflict that we have. It's a conflict in the building that's outside of that. I did want to comment real quick on the calendar question. There are really only 2 dates that hold firm at the legislature: the day they start and the day they end. But we're happy to provide you with kind of the general calendar. I'm not sure it'll mean a whole lot to you. What I'd say is because there's deadlines. Yesterday was the deadline for legislators to ask for their first 3 bills, for example, and we give you a document that shows all that stuff. For most of you, it'll probably not mean a whole lot, but you'll be able to see kind of where they have their internal deadlines. Almost every one of them gets waived at some point or another. But again, we start on the 13th of January, we end on May 13th. Those are the days that they can't move. Everything else is a little bit more fluid. But in fast democracy, like if there's a bill you're interested in, for example, it will tell you the next hearing date for that bill, right? And where that hearing will be, and what committee it is, or if it's on the floor, something like that. So you'll be able to find those dates for things like that.
If I could just add to your larger question of the budget and how it conflicts, right? As a person who specializes in budget work, has a ton of budget clients, there's enough money to go around in the state. It doesn't feel like that. It really doesn't. And K-12 is one of those areas that is specifically of large concern. But there are pockets of money that are already designated for specific things. The larger overarching conversations about school finance and funding for school finance don't necessarily have to do with other policies that work around the budget. It's one document, but it's there are larger policy conversations elsewhere.
The other thing I should just throw in about the Pinnacle thing. For example, in order for that bill to be a budget bill, it'd have to be unanimous at the budget committee. So all 6 members would have to vote for it. The chair of the budget committee has already said very publicly she is not going to vote for a bill to come out of the JBC that does that with Pinnacle. So you're already in a situation where you have the chair of the budget committee saying, I'm not for this proposal from the governor. And I just want to be clear, the governor's budget is a starting point, perhaps. I've yet to see in the 20 plus years I've been in the building that it actually gets adopted the way that any governor has proposed it.
Great. The chair here must move us along, so this is going to be a hard job. So thank you so much for being here tonight. We really appreciate this opportunity, especially because we're going to see you again in a couple of weeks at the legislative breakfast. It might be helpful to know what bills any of our legislators we're meeting with might be running, just so we can kind of prep ourselves a little bit going into that. But if anyone thinks of any other items that might be helpful, I'm sure you're happy to hear from them later. So thank you again. We appreciate you being here. All right. Only a few more items. Let's see. Next on our list, Board of Education liaison assignments. We'll see how quickly we can get through this item. So we'll assign liaisons to board committees and other committee groups. Each liaison serves as a communication link between the committee and the board. And consistent with governance policy, liaisons do not direct committee work. You are there, or you don't direct committee work, you don't direct staff. You're really there to bring the committee's recommendations back and forth and to speak for the board on items that the board has identified. So you really are this liaison role. I have copies of all the different committees if anyone wants a copy of what they are, what time they meet. Is that helpful as we walk through this? Okay. I think I have the document I'm handing out. It starts off, there's no shortage of opportunities to lead on the board. So we have the statutory officers, which are required, and we selected those earlier tonight. There's other functional leadership roles, which we won't get into tonight unless anyone says, I absolutely want to do something in this area. But we have our community engagement liaison, where we have those community engagement conversations, keep the website updated with all of those engagement opportunities that we have, and other areas like legislative and advocacy liaison is number 3 on the next page. But we don't, I think tonight our primary goal is just to start with our committees first and start working through those, which we really do need to select first. So on the bottom of page 2, we have the District Accountability Committee, and that committee is to provide, the purpose is on there, so you have that information. They meet monthly Thursday evenings with agenda planning from 5:30 to 6:30, and then the meeting follows from 6:30 to 8:30. I've been on this liaison for 6 years now, so had that for a while. I think right now, if we can get at least one liaison to each of our committees, we have had 2 in the past, so open to 2. If you guys feel really, really strongly and want to be a 3rd, go for it. We have to post it, but let's just start with at least 1 to begin with. So has anyone thought about the District Accountability Committee? It's
thought
pretty
about
open.
it, yeah.
So Kirzia has interest.
Yeah.
Anyone else with DAC?
Me too. No, me too. Do you think we could?
It is a pretty important committee that, well, they're all important, so I didn't mean that. If you can put up with the chair, all right. So I have Director Densler and Parker, right?
I mean, yeah,
We can go back and take
Okay,
off.
yeah,
if-
yeah,
if
yeah,
we
I
keep
would like
going.
that. I would
Yeah.
like-
We have flexibility here. We're not voting. We're just,
Okay,
we're
okay.
just talking
Interested,
through the
yes.
list.
Okay, I'm interested.
Okay, so then we have the Fiscal Oversight Committee next. They meet monthly on Thursdays from 6 to 8, and I actually have all the dates in there. Typically, the board treasurer is a liaison to this committee. So with that, I will ask if Director Thompson wants to maintain that role. Okay. Next, we have the Long Range Planning Committee. They meet monthly as well on Wednesdays from 6 to 8. Director Geiger, would you like to just say a few words about that committee and advocate?
What little I know about it. Long Range Planning Committee deals with, capacity, boundaries, and buildings. Their biggest issues right now, and the one that will be most interesting over the next 6 months, is working on the boundaries for elementary schools 50 and 51, starting with tomorrow. Actually, starting last month and again tomorrow. They'll be involved in that discussion. They are also, I think, going to be more involved. They also calibrate and look at our land holdings. That issue may become more complicated in the next few months. I hear our COO nodding her head. It's I joke that it is not a committee that gets into the weeds. It's a committee that gets into counting the seeds on the weeds. Very interested, very professional. A lot of long-term committee members. There are people who've been working on this for quite some time. Good chair.
Great. Is there interest in the Long Range Planning Committee? Okay, I see one.
That's on Wednesday evenings.
Yes.
Okay.
So I do have trial occasionally on Wednesdays, but they have been going away. Now that I'm signing up for something, they won't. But I would be interested in LRPC.
I'm available to back up.
So
They're meeting tomorrow. Okay, let's plan on both being there tomorrow, and then we can do the handoff.
And there's no limitation to just one, so we just need a minimum of one. So I'm putting both directors Ryan and Geiger at this point. Bond and Mill Levy Oversight Ad Hoc Committee. So this is a quarterly meeting. Director Thompson, is there anything you would want to say to this committee?
Of course, I'll advocate for sitting on both FOC and MPOC because I do feel like you learn a lot about school finance, and of course the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, you'll get to learn a lot about how we're spending money for the bond. So there's updates on the bond spend, and it's just a really great group of people as well. It's an enjoyable committee. Commitment's light, and you get to tour sites.
Interest in the MBOC?
I mean, I will obviously still sit on it.
Is this one that's helpful to have 2 reps, do you think, if people have time?
I would just say that it is a light lift. So as we move through all the committees and you guys are considering, it is a very light lift and it's an interesting meeting. So.
Were you raising your hand? All right, so we have another volunteer here. So we'll have Director Callahan also. Perfect. That gets us to the Student Advisory Committee. This is a committee that is usually the most challenging one because there's too many people that want to do it. So I will, you saw the amazing students earlier this evening that we were able to engage with. So I will open the floor for interest on SAG.
I'm interested.
Okay.
I am also interested, but I think having president there might be better for the students.
I am ready to, I mean, honestly, I've had individuals say you have to stay, but I think it is so healthy for the students to have opportunities to engage with different board directors. And I do feel like we should try to change things up. So, Director Ryan, I just want to say like the wrong name all the time. Director Ryan and Director Parker, are there other individuals that want to arm wrestle for this one? Or?
Like, I know this list is going to get long, so I'm definitely enjoying students and would love to serve on this committee, but also I can't serve on every committee, so.
Is there a world in which we have one sort of static person and then rotate out?
That's an idea that has come up in the past, which maybe this is a perfect committee for that kind of assignment.
Maybe it's, just talk on the mic, or maybe even looking at like annual changes instead of biannual, because there is a lot to gain from switching of committees.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I do feel badly for the students this year because there's just been a lot of transition this year with the board directors. I was out of the country for a month, and the other liaison was out, and Director Thompson, you were amazing filling in, but it just felt like there was a lot of transition, and I do think maybe if we can lock it down to 2, that might be the best approach at this point in time. So, all right.
I mean, maybe you put your name down too, for now, and then like, because we're talking about it as options.
Okay.
Okay.
We've got 4 names now,
Okay.
so we'll do that for now. So let's keep going. That's all of our committees, right? So then that gets us to other obligations and liaison roles. So we also have the Foundation for Douglas County Schools. So I have served in that role, and it is limited to 1 board member per their policy, per their bylaws. So, so this is a 1-person job. They meet virtually, typically, and it's a monthly Thursday morning from 7:30 to 8:30 meeting. Okay, anyone else? Nope. Good, because it's a 1-person job. We have the Douglas County Safety Committee. Director Thompson, you've served on this. Do you want to speak to that just a little bit?
You guys will hate it. You'll just want me to continue in this role. No, it is really helpful. In the security meetings, you get a lot of updates on current efforts that the district's going through. They're confidential meetings, so it makes it tricky to like report back to the board as a liaison, but it's good to have board directors attending and being in the loop of things. So again, it's a great committee. You really get to hear how much effort is put into safety in this district, and how well informed and advanced everyone is when it comes to like making decisions. It's just really thoughtful, and we get to hear from other districts. There's always guest presenters that come in to add to the perspective. So, and the committee has tons of different stakeholders. So, like we see the DA office staff is there. We see police, fire is now there. We have organizations that are advocates for like violence prevention. I know I'm forgetting a lot of examples, but it's
usually a 2-person liaison role,
yes, I served
correct?
With,
okay.
Tim.
So interest. Okay, I see 1 Callahan. So Vice President Callahan expressed interest. Is there another? Do you want to? Yeah. So Director Thompson, you're fine with that? The time definitely impacts everyone's availability for some of these, and I'm actually pleasantly surprised we haven't run into a challenge yet.
the meeting's tomorrow morning, depending if there's a snow day.
I mean, it'd be good to know.
All right, I'm going to move us to
Stand by,
the
please.
Douglas County Youth Initiative. So this group coordinates and strengthens services and opportunities for youth across Douglas County through collaboration with local government. So it's really made up of local government officials that come together talking about youth initiatives. They meet monthly on Mondays from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Commissioner Layden is very involved.
Something I would be interested in, I might not be able to make all of them, so I would maybe need to rely on another board member to cover in the event that I'm unavailable then.
That sounds great. And just to clarify, things come up, and anytime someone has a conflict with one of their regularly assigned groups or committees, you would email our assistant secretary and just say, I'm not going to be able to make this meeting, and then she puts an email out and we look to find a substitute. So that should be just fine. Thank you so much for signing up for that. And there are 2 urban renewal authorities, which I think we found out earlier what their meeting cycles are like. Was it Castle Rock meets once a year and they just met?
I highly recommend signing up for Castle Rock because they meet once a year in November.
So your one meeting will be next November.
And Lone Tree meets quarterly, but it isn't a set day. They just work with everyone's schedules. And I wonder if everyone knows what an urban renewal authority is. Cities and towns will often designate an area that they want to target for development. And so in order to incentivize development, they create a tax-free structure where there's no property taxes on that area to incentivize a developer to come in, tax-free for some period of time. And so that's an urban renewal authority. The reason that we sit on that authority is that we are a tax collector. So all of the entities that are tax collectors that are thereby, we're basically saying it's okay with us that we're going to miss out on the property taxes from this area for this many years. The truth is that for the school district, that really doesn't impact us. Yes, we collect less property taxes, but the state fills in the difference, so it really doesn't matter. But that's why we're involved, along with all the other taxing entities on this urban renewal authority. There generally is one for each of our municipalities. And then the last thing I would say, if I may, President Meek, is that you may want to consider having a liaison generally for each of our municipalities that would serve on the urban renewal authority, but may also liaison with town council members or, just kind of build relationships with the elected officials in those municipalities.
With that, is there interest on the urban renewal authorities? And then I think, can pull together a full list of the municipalities if we do want to start looking at those assignments as
just 4.
Oh, okay.
I can do the Castle Rock.
Castle Rock?
I live in Castle Rock.
It's very generous of you.
I know.
Thank you.
Well, I asked Tony.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Parker. And I am happy to take on the Lone Tree. Or, we don't know.
Just November, that's all we know, once a year.
Yeah. And we can, so for these urban renewal authorities, is there a formal process of assigning the person?
Yeah, once you all determine the assignment, I will email the town manager, copy the liaison board member that's been assigned, and say, Director, so-and-so has been assigned. And I'm so sorry, could you repeat for me who volunteered for each?
So Castle Rock was Director Parker. And then Were you advocating for Lone Tree? No. And then Director Meek for Lone Tree. Unless someone else. Nope. Okay. Let's go back to legislative liaisons. Director Geiger, thank you for earlier explaining what that looked like. I wasn't sure if it was clear how often you meet with the lobbyists and how often those conversations happen.
There is no set schedule on that. It is, we had at a one time a week phone call between Allison and the superintendent and I to discuss what was coming up and where it was going from there. There were also text communications and that kind of stuff as the session got to the end. It can be a little bit harried toward the end. So there is a requirement of some flexibility there, but in terms of when there is the regular text messaging, that's just a matter of scheduling among the three or the four. There would be room, I guess, for two people to be on that. If someone's deeply interested, they're welcome to do it. I enjoy it.
So you are interested in continuing in that capacity. Others, Director Thompson, you're interested. All right. All right. Both Directors Geiger and Thompson. And I think that gets us through what we really need to get through. Oh, go ahead. What am I forgetting?
We need to have somebody, I'm sorry. Partnership of Douglas County Governments.
Oh, I did skip that one.
Is,
Thank you.
It is an important group. They meet every other month. They are the local governments. And most of us went to their reception for the newly elected. They meet the second Wednesday of every other month, so the next one should be in January. It is all the local elected governments. That includes Highlands Ranch, the various city governments, South Metro Fire, the library board, etc. It is, and of course, the Board of County Commissioners when they choose to attend. It can be very educational. There's usually a presentation. Each government does a presentation. Usually that's assigned to Superintendent Kane, who attends, and then an update by the directors. In the last year, it was Director Winiger and I. I think it is of some importance that somebody with a title show up to that on a regular basis. It's always a breakfast meeting. I don't know why it says on here mostly virtual. It's never virtual. It says,
yeah, that's a typo.
It says mostly virtual, and it is never virtual. It is a breakfast meeting.
Typo.
And it is set by each year, or this time a half year, it is chaired by a different government. And the first half of this year is Larkspur, and then the second half is, yeah. So they will, county commissioners, yeah, they're dividing it this year. And so they set where it will be, but it's at various different places.
Do you see that as one where maybe there's one constant and then other board directors can rotate as a secondary? Like, is there a value?
I think that would be fine. I think there should be, I mean, that's a show up and show your face kind of thing, so people know who you are and who you're talking to. So I would be honest with you, I think it's probably better to have two consistent faces showing up.
Okay.
Like that, and I think one of them should have the title of president or vice president.
7 a.m. after board meetings. More incentive to finish at 9:30. Yeah, I mean, I would, oh, are you interested? Are you available to do 7 a.m. on Wednesdays? Okay. I'm fine with that. And Geiger, okay. Okay.
Kelly, do you want to? No. Okay.
They send us an email.
Yeah, so I would not advise having 3 board directors attend a partnership of governments meeting. I don't think the other municipalities would appreciate having it be a posted meeting that the public can sit in.
So it's sounding like if one of you are unable to go, there will be others happy to jump in. All right, we're comfortable with that then?
Next meeting should probably be January 11th. Their website is not updated on a regular basis.
Okay.
May get to go to Larkspur.
So as that, did I miss any other committees at this point that we need to get through tonight? I think this gets us through what we need to. We can.
The only other two, President Meek, that I would recommend considering is the CASB delegate, since CASB is coming up, and I don't know if you want to have a partner for the community connections plan, similar to what you did last time. Those are the only other two on my radar.
So for CASB delegate, they always have a business meeting at CASB on the first meeting day. I don't think I've even seen the agenda yet for that, but it should be out. It's very exciting. Anyone interested? Oh, Director Thompson, you want to talk about it or express how much work it is to be that delegate?
So I've gone to one meeting. I think you're better prepared to talk about the role.
Yeah.
But they also set legislative priorities with CASB. And so the meeting I attended, it was voting on additions to it. I brought back some questions to the board, presented what they were, and just see if there was any feedback to have a consensus, so I was able to vote on behalf of the board. I definitely think that we should be more active in our role here, even with working as a board to make recommendations for a future resolution, if we feel like that's necessary based off of the way that the priorities look typical from year to year. And I believe there's also a position open to serve as, what is the title? On the board.
Yes, I believe the CASB board has an opening, and they will have an appointment process. I haven't seen the materials yet, but I'm pretty sure if you have an interest in serving on the CASB board, I'm trying to remember how many, it's like a 20-ish, 25-member board. They represent districts from all over the whole state. And so it's their board of directors. And thank you for highlighting that. That is another leadership opportunity that I think could be really powerful. Not only are you learning from other districts all over the state, but you're also able to have a voice in their decision-making processes. So, so we can't select you to be on their board, but we can get materials for you. And if you're interested in being the CASB delegate, that's a nice crossover.
Can you mention the lift on meetings?
So the CASB board meets quarterly. It's really not too heavy of a lift. It's one of those roles where you can do as much as you want, or minimum of 4 meetings a year.
The other thing that I think that was helpful was hearing, like the last meeting I was at, like we were talking about the resolutions that were presented, which there's going to be revisiting, I think, at least 1 or 2 offhand, but hearing the challenges of different districts, like really understanding like what rural districts face versus what our district faces, and kind of like just understanding how decisions are made at the state level, trying to cater to 2 very different school environments. It was definitely an interesting learning opportunity.
So I'm going to go back to the CASB delegate, which is what we can select today. And so in essence, the first day of CASB next week, you would be going to their business meeting and voting on their election of officers. And I'm not sure if there's much else on their business meeting, honestly.
That is at 3:15 on Thursday.
Thank you.
I'm willing to do it, but I know Director Thompson is going.
Do you want to? Okay, Director Geiger, thank you. Sounds great. And the other one that Superintendent Kane mentioned was the Community Connections Program. So This was kind of my baby 3 years ago, getting it up and running, where we have a perpetual plan of meeting with various stakeholder groups. And so the student stakeholder groups, teachers, but also business owners. And one of the other ones coming up that will be organized is even mental health providers in the county, where we are connecting with other organizations and really trying to understand common challenges that if we have shared constituencies. And so I love the program. I would love to work with anyone that maybe wants to start getting more engaged in that. I feel like it is our primary responsibility to engage with those on whose behalf we're making decisions. And this is the way we do that. So with that, anyone interested? All right, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I know we're kind of running out of steam, and we said we wanted to end at 9:30, but this is what happens when... Which one? Yes, thank you for reminding me. We put down all the names for SAG. I'm going to remove myself from SAG for consideration. So that leaves Director Thompson, Ryan, and Parker.
You guys can have it.
You are on a lot of, are you overcommitted?
Me too.
What the heck?
I mean, my work lift is a lot. Right?
Okay.
I'm okay with stepping back.
Do you still, are we both doing DAC? Okay.
But you both, well, it is one that's good for two, probably, for DAC.
Okay. I can do it too. I'll do it. I'm good either way.
So you're good with staying on SAG and DAC, is what I'm hearing.
I am okay with both of those things.
Those are both ones I've been on the whole time, and they're amazing. So I think you're going to love them.
Who's going to be my... Is there only one person on?
For SAG? I'll keep. Okay, yeah. All right, I'm good. I will keep with SAG. But if, okay, perfect. We completed it, so, and I keep SAG. All right. It's a good night. All right, so with that, let's move into the last item in our work session that we added. It was the discussion on rescinding the September 9th board action to direct staff to administer the Healthy Kids Colorado survey as an opt-in only option. So as a reminder, this motion, again, was passed on September 9th. It was a directive to staff to administer the survey. While well-intentioned, this motion really creates several issues we need to address. The concerns relate not to the survey itself, but to how the decision was made. As a policy governance board, we must stay within our governance role and avoid intruding into operational decisions delegated to the superintendent. I think we talked about that earlier this evening when we were looking at when General Counsel Klamesh was speaking to us around those policies that we delegate to the superintendent. And so this is kind of an intro to this conversation, and I would love to just open it up to discussion at this point in time.
I would like to know, okay, there we go. I would just be curious how much work has already been done on this. I don't want to overburden staff if there have already been considerable efforts to implement the decision from September 9th. So I would just like to understand the scope of what has been done. Yeah.
Superintendent King, can you address that?
All right. Good evening. So with the survey, we have an administration window that's in January. So they give us a large window, so we haven't administered the survey at this point. So we've come up with really two plans. The plan that's currently in place is a result of the resolution, which is active consent, working with our schools to be able to have them actively collect the consent for students to participate. We've also, considered the alternative, which is passive consent, which is also something that you can do with this survey. So we have both of those. Really, it's really a question of us being able to engage that conversation with our schools. It would be a pretty short timeline in terms of us being able to pivot if a decision was different than what is currently right now. It's not impossible. It's something that we could do. I don't know if you want to add some details.
Yes, so up to this point, really the conversations that have been happening are with our Director of Health, Wellness, and Prevention, Dr. Kelly Smith, myself, Matt Reynolds, with the state, Healthy Kids Colorado, coordinators and point people around logistically what that will look like for our school district based on how we decide to proceed forward. So we have not, as Matt said, we have not gone into a detailed logistical timeline for implementation yet, but we will be doing so in the coming weeks before winter break.
Other questions?
Yeah, what would be the procedural implications on staff?
The way we administer the Healthy Kids Colorado survey is all of our secondary schools have been in the past administered the survey. There is a coordinator for the survey in each of our secondary schools. So we will be in communication with those school-based coordinators in regards to, one, the notification of parents in advance about the survey. Two, we give parents access to the link to the survey so that our parents know what the survey will entail. And three, then our school coordinators will create a system that we give them guidance on in terms of determining who is opting in or opting out of the survey based on parent permission. Again, the decision of the board will influence that, whether it's an active or a passive consent. But then the school-based coordinators will be responsible for coordinating that feedback from parents. And then they will set up the survey time frame, location, et cetera, right after the winter break. And typically school administrators are a part of that process as well.
Is it fair to say then that staff would need a decision from the board by the December, or at the December 16th board meeting?
Yes, in order for us to realistically pivot, we would definitely need to have a decision by the December 16th meeting.
Thank you. You read my mind. So I think it's obvious this is a very timely decision that needs to be made, and the goal would be making a decision at the December 16th meeting. I think the question I have, before this motion was passed and directive was passed, in past years, what does it look like to work with parents, to make sure parents are informed, and just kind of understanding what that process has looked like in the past?
Wonderful question. All right, it's already on. Great question. And participation in the survey itself is a multi-layered process. So back in 2015, as a district, we did not participate in the Healthy Kids Colorado survey. We're one of the unique situations where our boundary for our district and our county are aligned so that we can make that decision. So, back in 2015, we didn't participate at all. In 17, 19, and 21, we did participate at varying levels. The state creates a list of sampled schools, which they give us, We have, in the last several administrations, expanded beyond that sample list to include all of our secondary schools, middle and high. In response to how we administer it, we work directly with the state. They provide us a communication toolkit that we can communicate out to our stakeholders, which we give that to our principals. We also broadcast it on all of our normal social networks in preparation to let people see the instrument, let them see the communication prior to administering it. Our schools also do their due diligence to communicate specifically with their school populations, as well as the students that are chosen for that survey. If they do make the decision to administer, students always have the opportunity not to answer. They have the option of not participating. We do not force them to participate. And if you look at our data, you can see that. You can see that some students, they make the decision to answer all the questions, and some of the students make the decision not to answer some of the questions. And so it's a layered approach for us in preparation to get the survey up and running.
Sorry, and then you'll be next. Did you say that we also have the opportunity to not ask all the questions that are on the survey? I may have missed that.
Yes, we do. They have various versions that we could administer. So they have a standard one, and they also have one that's modified to remove some of the sensitive topics. We also have the opportunity to engage in a conversation with the state to make modifications to the survey. Making full-fledged modifications is a tough task, and it does take us time to engage in that conversation. So it's something that if we were going to make massive changes, we would have to plan months in advance to do that.
I would just say we are beyond the ability to do certain modifications. At this point, staff's communication with the state has been that we would administer the modified version because that's typically the version that we do provide, and that's the type of data comparability we would want to look at.
Exactly. That data is used to help us monitor performance, and so having consistency would be important for sure. All right, Director Ryan, please.
And did you say at the school level, the school leadership can choose not to give the survey to their students? Is that what you were saying? Or that they all will do that? There was some confusion in the wording there.
We have, the last administration, we did require all of our secondary schools to administer the survey. The state will tell us which schools have been selected to have the survey, and in our position has been, and our intention this year would be the same, that we would administer it in the same sort of way in all of our secondary schools.
Director Thompson?
All right. Thank you. The question that I have is how the district uses the data from the Healthy Kids survey.
So we have multiple layers in which we use the data. As President Meek already referenced, we do use some of the data reflected in the monitoring reports to certain board ends or executive limitations. Additionally, we use the data through our health, wellness, and prevention team to really inform some of the initiatives and work that's been the focus of our continuous improvement efforts and our goals, strategic goals. So that data set helps us to monitor progress in that regard. And then our schools also use the data points. They do get school level results. And so they are able to use that data for their own school-based continuous improvement efforts in the same sort of way that we use it at the district with identified goal areas and strategic direction.
Yeah, so I know one of the concerns that were brought up regarding this topic at a previous board meeting was just families feeling like the opt-out process made it difficult because they don't necessarily always see communication. Sometimes I know what that's like as a parent getting, I make a purposeful effort to check the school's newsletter because I know a lot of important updates are in it, but it's really easy to fall behind on communication. So I understand that concern, and I don't expect you to know this answer right now, but I would be curious to know what methods, like the different ways that we share opt-out opportunities, like which ones are being used. Like, do we see the views in the email happening? Do we see clicks coming from a certain place? It would be interesting to see what communication source is most effective. And then the other thing that I'm struggling with, just in general with this, it was a really improper procedure to verbally instruct staff without a resolution or a policy. And we do have a policy regarding surveys, which is JLDAC, which talks about the opt-out process. So I think it's pretty unfair to have a policy saying things one way and then a directive from the board that conflicts with it. And I looked at the policy, hasn't been updated in a while. So it actually there might be processes that would benefit to be updated in that policy. So just wanted to elevate that in this conversation.
If I might piggyback on that, so if there is a desire to rescind the directive was not a resolution. It was just a verbal directive at a board meeting. And I'm just kind of curious what the proper way to rescind something like that. I think this board obviously wants transparency, and we want to have the opportunity for the community to ask questions and for us to be able to address those questions and make an informed decision. But what is the vehicle for doing that?
Please allow us to research that, and we can give you some kind of plan on what that would look like.
Other questions, directors?
I think it's really important to get community input on this and have the time. I think that's why it was so important to get on the agenda today, because it sounds like we need a resolution by the next meeting. And so I rewatched the September 9th board meeting last night, and it was really more about parent choice than the actual survey. And so I guess my question is, what is my question? I just want to make sure everybody feels like they are listened to and heard. And so really our options are to do opt-in or opt-out. That's really what we are doing. There is no policy on how we talk about the survey with our families.
Thank you for that question. That is very much an operational
Right.
issue,
Okay.
right? How we communicate with our families and the opportunity for our families to opt out. And it is, to Director Thompson's point, it is going to be really important for us to over-communicate versus under-communicate to make sure that our families are really well aware that, you know, what the survey is and that it's coming and that they have an opportunity.
Would it make sense to start that communication now, even though we haven't had a decision of the sample survey? I don't know if it is or not, or if just to start that ball rolling, no matter what we do, or I don't know.
Thank you for that question. I'm afraid that we would create potential confusion without
Yes.
direction.
That makes sense. Okay.
So the board has a communication called Across the Board, which comes out, which really speaks to the board meeting and the conversations, and that's one way the community is hearing that this is a topic of conversation. I think receiving public comment at the board meeting, I think receiving emails and us kind of tracking all of that, and then once the board does make a decision, then I think that communication piece is really essential for sure. Any other questions? I think we're at our 15 minutes. Are we feeling, does staff have what they need to feel like they can come back in 2 weeks at the regular meeting with a presentation to us on this topic?
So I do want to clarify what your expectation is on that meeting. I think staff feels like we have what we need in order to come back to you with a strategy on how you would, what you would need to do to rescind a board directive.
But we would like to understand a little bit more about your expectations regarding an actual presentation.
Director
and,
Thompson.
And how detailed and how necessary that detail is.
So one of the thoughts that I have is that it would just be helpful to actually have a presentation on what is the Healthy Kids Survey, what are some key things that we learned from it, how we're utilizing it as a district, the process for opting out and the process, what it would look like for opting in. I think having just a formal presentation on those things. I would like to relate it back to board policy. While I don't think a board policy is appropriate in a 2-week turnaround, but that might be like a future item depending on what happens at the next meeting to review and make sure that it reflects current practices.
So there is no resolution in place, and so I feel like either way, whether we want to rescind the board decision or we want to keep the board decision, I think I would like to know what we need to do both, because it sounds like that maybe we didn't do it. Yeah, so I would like information on both ways.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Like, I think right now it does not feel like it has been done properly, and
right.
Yeah.
Because yeah.
Okay, that helps provide clarity. And so we will plan on providing a brief 5-10-minute presentation on an overview of the survey, how we use the data, and what the method would be for either direction upholding or rescinding the previous direction. Does that sound like what we want?
Just one, I think a point of clarification. As I appreciate it, the previous board overstepped their bounds by making a directive to the staff, which in my understanding goes against policy governance. So I think there's, as I appreciate it, there was an overstep there by the previous board. And so I think there's a question about how do we correct that overstep?
So if that's, yes, I understood. Thank you. Yeah.
Directors, any other questions at this point? All right, we have gone a few minutes over the 15 minutes, so I will move us. Thank you very much. This was extremely helpful to have this conversation. We really appreciate that. So that takes us into the Board of Education reports. For the President's report, first, I just want to thank Director Thompson for serving as the presiding officer for tonight's meeting. I think I will have a high bar to live up to, as she demonstrated earlier in the meeting. I just want to say agenda planning for the December 16th meeting is Thursday morning at 8 a.m. So now that the full board is seated, I'll work with the assistant secretary to poll everyone's calendars and try to figure out if there's a better, more consistent time that works with staff as well. But if board directors cannot attend that agenda planning, they're always welcome to submit items beforehand. I'd just like to say board agendas will not be posted with surprises. And it's just really important that everyone is feeling like they know what to expect. I think when agendas post, the community thinks that the board knows what's on the agendas, and that's just not always the case. And so I think that's one step that can really help us. CASB convention is next week, and it will be posted on the public notice part of our website page. It's always held in early December to provide essential training and information for new boards. Because poor governance costs more than learning to govern well, the board will invest in its governance capacity, and it is a wonderful opportunity to really invest in understanding what we have all taken on to do for the district. December 13th at Legacy Campus, starting at noon, we have a retreat scheduled. So that retreat, it'll be the first opportunity for this newly constituted board to review its processes and set some priorities for the upcoming year. I think we heard tonight, I mean, there's a lot for us to be thinking about and prioritizing. And so that date is set aside for that retreat in this building. Let's see. DAC held its meeting on November 20th, where I attended as the board liaison. Superintendent Kane provided an overview of the strategic plan priorities, and there was a major portion of the meeting focused on safety and security. The district highlighted the hiring and training of campus security officers, continued investments in prevention and response measures, expanded SRO coverage funded by the 2023 MLO. It was very well received presentation, so thank you to staff for making that happen. With that, I am happy to turn it to the Vice President report if there is anything that the Vice President would like to report. And maybe what I can also say is, traditionally this is the last part of the agenda where every director gets an opportunity to share their updates. Given that we have 4 new directors, maybe you could take the opportunity to just speak to the public and just say a few words, understanding that it is 10:07 right now and we will be going into executive session next. So with that.
I'll just take a moment to just share my gratitude to the voters here in Douglas County. It's a real honor, privilege, and great responsibility to sit here, and I will do my best to represent all of the voters and most importantly the students here in Douglas County.
Wait, is it my turn? Okay. I had prepared an update that I didn't share it with my district email, but I had the opportunity, as was mentioned previously, to attend the SAG roundtable. And as I told them, after a campaign that was so focused on adults, it was really, really gratifying to hear from the students. I also attended the Board of County Commissioners meeting, or at least the first 2 hours of that meeting last week, and I found it to be really heartening that so many community members showed up. Director Thompson was there, the superintendent was there, Ms. Millay was there, among others from the district, and it was encouraging to see so many people active in civic engagement in that meeting, which I'm sure we'll have more to say on at some point.
Since the last board meeting, I did listen to the Board of County Commissioners meeting and wrote an email to them. Was disappointed with how our representatives were treated. I attended the groundbreaking here on the other side of this building for Legacy Campus, which is going to be astonishing, and the work that's being done there and the work for our students. That same day, I briefly appeared, I stepped into the Douglas County Foundation. They were having a get-together at Topgolf, and was able to say hi and thank them for everything the foundation for. And then immediately went from there to a meeting on our use of our new buildings at, I think that one's at Saddle Ranch. Yeah. And so I would encourage you to read the updates posted by Director Meek, because she attended both of those meetings, was able to attend them. We're getting good feedback on potential uses for those buildings as we try to reach a further decision about what's going to go on with the 3 elementary schools that are being reconverted. Right now the focus is on Saddle Ranch and Heritage because Acres Green, unfortunately, is going to take substantially more time and money to renovate. But there are 3 programs that are being looked at to go into those 2 buildings. The public is very engaged, particularly at Saddle Ranch. And there had been some rumors that were not true, and Mr. Colella did a nice job dealing with those as he often does in dealing with the public. So I think better information is out there now. And I probably had some other stuff, but I couldn't find the plug, so my computer died.
Thank you. Director Parker.
Oh, gosh. I just wanted, to say gratitude and appreciation for the Douglas County voters and my commitment to all constituents and the honor I have in representing this community. And I'm excited to get started. And I'm excited that we were able to talk about the things we wanted to on this agenda, even though it's late, because transparency and accountability and making sure public input is listened to is just such a value of mine. So I'm just grateful for this opportunity, and I hope to serve well.
Thank you. Director Ryan.
As I said, I also had a great opportunity to attend SAG and talk with our students that are incredibly engaged and incredibly opinionated on a lot of the things that we are doing as a district in a good way. I'm also glad that I got to go around to the round tables with Mr. Blair and Ms. Millay. I got to learn a lot from both of them as well, so I'm really glad for that, and I would share in thanking the voters for getting us here. It is an incredible experience to be able to give back to the district that gave me so much since I was here, K through 12.
All right, so since the last meeting, I've had a few things. So the SAG roundtable, I think we've covered that enough, so I won't talk too much on that one. We had MBOX had their once quarterly meeting, and we actually had it at, and I'm forgetting the name of the campus. It's the newest one, Vail. So we got a quick tour at the beginning from, I believe, the principal, and got to see the labs. And if you have not gone to Vail, I highly recommend going and seeing that tour and the type of learning environment that's provided at Vail. It's just very different, and the kids can move, and it's about gaining their interests in like entrepreneurship, and the way I believe she said it was like getting them hungry first in their first year there, and then building those skills to make their hopes and dreams a reality. I felt very motivated, and I'm not going there, so but it was great. I've already shared it with other people, like, you should look into this school. And then we had sorry, I should give the full update on MBOC. So MBOC, aside from that, Steve Clell gave a presentation. It was like a full presentation on the strategic plan, on phone policy, on growth and decline, on AI. So it was action-packed presentation. The liaisons, so our board committees are trying to have liaisons among themselves with the different committees. So for example, at this meeting, we had a student representative, I believe DAC was there, FOC was there, so liaisons just to help with the communication between our board committees. So it's really great that this is something that they're wanting to do. It's an additional commitment. It helps close some communication loops. So it was nice to see representatives through that process. And then we got the bond spend update and some discussion about what to do if there's changes to this, how we're going to spend money for the bond. So if there's certain parameters where it might have to come to the board for approval. If there's a change, it would most likely, I mean, I don't have the language right in front of me, but there's some instances where it might be the MBOC has a discussion and makes a recommendation to the board, and then we would have to vote on it if there was a change. Usually the changes are something to do with, and correct me if I'm wrong if she's still here, but mostly it's just about, if there's a change in like how the spend is, finding something, a new surprise, right, when they're making additions. So one of the examples I brought up during the meeting was sprinkler systems. So if you're making a modification, it could be to one section of the building, but now to reach fire code, you have to add sprinklers to the entire building. So important to do, of course, but if it's not already budgeted, something like that might be something that might elevate to us. It really depends. There's thresholds, and there's also, they have parts of the bond fund that's like reserved for these types of situations. So, and I'm not thinking of any terms because I am getting tired. So then the last thing, FOC met. During that presentation, we had, or during that meeting, we had a presentation from Nutrition Services. And actually, I would love to forward that PowerPoint to everyone here. It was really interesting.
I'm going to push you to kind of keep going.
Sorry. And then it was really interesting. I want you guys to see it.
And we want to see it, so
yes.
forward it.
And then typical stuff, audit updates, quarter financials. I attended the BOCC meeting. That was already covered. Thank you to staff for representing our district so well during that meeting. And there we go.
Thank you. Yes, thank you all for sharing. And staff, we are going to work on ending at 9:30. I think I heard that earlier. This is the goal. So there's no further business for the regular meeting, but we'll now convene an executive session. And I believe I have the language here. The Board of Education has issues to discuss with its attorney in executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 246402 4B regarding the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners public hearing and related action with respect to a Sterling Ranch plan development request for a major amendment to the Sterling Ranch PD, the 13th Amendment pertaining to school land dedication. Do I have a motion to go into executive session for the previously stated purposes?
So moved.
Director Callahan has moved.
Second.
Director Geiger has second. Any discussion? All right, roll call then. I will have Director Callahan.
Aye.
Director Denzler. Aye. Director Geiger.
Aye.
Director Meek. Aye. Director Parker.
Aye.
Director Ryan.
Aye.
Director Thompson.
Aye.
Great. We will now be going into executive session, and the following individuals will be joining the members of the Board of Education in executive session. Superintendent Aaron Kane, Chief Operations Officer Jackie Millay, Attorney Sarah Kellner, and General Counsel Mary Kay Klemesh. Out of respect to staff who are not participating in the executive session of the board, I am excusing them from the meeting. Staff members are not expected to be in the boardroom, and this meeting will no longer be live streamed.